Okay, hi, welcome everyone. This is an after action report for the B1.4 Violet game between myself and Serj. Serj, how you doing today?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for having me along.
Yes, very excited to have you along. You definitely made the game very interesting. I'm really keen to talk about it and walk through. So I played Portugal this game, and you were playing England. And so go ahead and just get your thoughts on why you picked England, what you were thinking coming in before any press opened, and what your thoughts
hmm
were.
so this was my second game of ImpDip, and in a lot of ways it was informed by my first game. So in my first game, I was a Mara, and there was an early colonial coalition of England, and that just got vaporized in the first couple of years. And so England was a power that I'd never seen played well, never really seen played at all. It just died. So I was like, I really wonder what the board's like as England. So I chose England. My goal was to avoid being the vaporized colonial. Um, and yeah, I just wanted to kind of see how it all played out from that side. My initial early thought was that I probably wouldn't mind fighting Netherlands and Inuit as my first targets. I had very little desire to fight Portugal. I just thought India, I we both lose if we fight each other. And so I was really hoping I would find a Portugal who would also see that. But I was, yeah, I didn't really come in with a hard plan. I was playing it by ear.
Good. Yeah, that was similar to my thought. Is I actually really thought about playing England, but I had seen a lot of successful Englands and had come off a game where I was playing Ming and saw a really good Portugal Dutch alliance work really well in the early mid game before eventually one of them got cut out. And so that was kind of my thought is I want to ally with the Dutch early on. I want to work together against Congo in South America, not have to fight in Indonesia for the first part of the game, and that combo would really work. So that was the reason I ended up going with Portugal. I've always not really liked the Dutch position overall, even as the map has changed. And then as far as other colonials, I just had seen a lot of people do the Spain. A couple of videos like Captain Meme had done the Spain AAR, and
hmm
uh, France. Man, I don't know. Talk about France's position, but my least experience so far, and even after this game, is still North America, and didn't really want to go into. I didn't want to have to deal with that area, so Portugal was the easy choice.
Fair enough.
I had a few notable players that I knew coming into this game. Uh, Sweden was a Hobbit, so they were my neighbor in the last game. They played Qing to my Ming. So I saw they were in this game, but when they got Sweden, I realized we're probably not going to have very much interaction. They do a lot of work with the newspaper and kind of the extracurricular ImpDip stuff, and a really, really strong person in the community. So happy to see them in the game. Um, Ajron was my direct neighbor, and this was a player named Trimmer, who's a great player. They were the GM in my last game, the Ming game, and they were also I had seen them from specking a few other games as well. Congo is L, one of the I would say like founding members of the community, or one of the most notable names. So really engaging player and a lot of MTIP experience. So another neighbor and one that I knew I wanted to probably target early unless I got some really great signs. And then Ayutthaya was HD White, who is a very analytical player and makes a lot of the very cool maps that you see as far as trends and across all games, how a power is doing. So there was quite a few good players and names to know coming into this one. So
Yeah, so I didn't know anybody other than Ayutthaya was my GM in my first game. That was the only person I knew. I knew of L, but I did. I didn't have any pre-existing relationships. I didn't really do any threat assessment or scout anyone out. I just really entered blind, and it
Cool.
well, worked out all right. But yeah,
Um, I guess we can talk briefly about pre-spring press before we go to the first moves. How did they gave us a 3-day spring? What after talking around the board, was there anything that influenced what you were doing in year one or how you were
yes,
thinking? Okay, good.
there were a couple notable things that happened in the first year. So rollover was at 10 a.m. my time, so I was around the whole first day, like 12 hours straight for press. And the last two powers I spoke to, as in had spoken to everyone else except for Athpaska, who wound up being, uh, they didn't play the game basically. We can talk about what happens then, and you'll see it as it unfolds. But the other one was France, which is obviously a big deal. Um, it wound up being okay in that whenever anyone asked me to commit to anything, I'm just like, I can't commit to anything until I've spoken to friends. I didn't speak to them for probably about 24 hours. I got like a hello 12 hours in, but that was right when I was going to bed. Um, so in the meantime, my best relationship based off press early in the game was Ching and Tokugawa, just because they were around and I was chatting to them. And so early early on, I helped Ching figure out a disinformation thing that Inuit was doing on day one, press one, and kind of align Ching and Tokugawa against Inuit. That was my fun thing that I was doing. But I was also a little bit miffed that my best early relationships were in East Asia, which is some of the least relevant for England.
Yeah.
Um, as the phase wound on, I did have a uh, realization about how vulnerable St. Anthony's is to France and Inuit taking it together in fall. With the new canal there between Nescapi.
Oh
Um,
yes, this confused me
the,
to no end. So you cannot move a fleet from Esquimalt to Newfoundland Banks, correct? This is not a
correct.
yes. Okay.
I
Yep.
think a pretty natural move set would be Cooch to Nescapi and then Port Royal to Cabot. And then if Athabasca has put any sort of pressure on Cree, then that Cabot unit can't take a dot. So it could very easily just work with Inuit to take St. Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
I realized this relatively late in the phase, and so once I'd actually spoken to France, I'm like, "Hey, can we please bounce Port Royal and Falmouth in Maine in spring? Because I just want St. Anthony safe." And they're like, "No, absolutely not. I want the shot at Cree, where you would basically chain all the units along. So Tad to Papa, Quebec to St. Lawrence, Port Royal to Cabot, and then Papa goes to Cree, St. Lawrence goes to
Mm-hmm.
Papa, and Port Royal goes to Cabot. That's what they wanted to do. And in my head, I was just like, there's no chance in hell that Atha lets you walk into Cree without at the very least bouncing it. I don't think that's a um, viable thing to expect to happen.
Yeah,
I'm
something like
asking you as
this.
your biggest neighbor to please just bounce me here. Just, I mean, yeah, it was me being a bit paranoid on St. Anthony, but I just didn't think that there was any chance that they would get that. And they pushed back really hard. And I guess it was the first like black mark against France was that they really wanted to. They pushed back so hard, and I just went, I'm sorry, but you can't actually stop me from bouncing you here. You either bounce me in Maine or I walk to Maine and you have to bounce me in Port Royal. So either way, St. Anthony will be safe. Probably a bit unreasonable for me to do this. I've since looked at some other games, and if you want the Port Royal bounce, I've seen Bermuda and Port Royal bounce in Gulf of Maine,
Mm-hmm.
which is more reasonable for if England doesn't bounce, France gets a good position. France's argument was that Maine is a dog crap place to be. They do not want me to let them go to Maine, which I didn't do. I did wind up bouncing them, but yeah, that was a bit of an early fight we had late in the phase, and was yeah first blow in my relations with France.
Did they?
Otherwise, I got along
Yeah, go ahead.
pretty well with got along pretty well with you. We figured out an early split on India, who got Brother Hill. That was really fine. Um, I didn't even talk to you. I know that the Rockall change was designed to put more pressure on England and Portugal, but I just late in the phase went, oh, by the way, I'm going to rock all. You're like, yeah, of course, no worries. Which was just a very different vibe to what France had given me. And I got along really well with Netherlands.
Cool. Yeah, that was kind of my thought. Is that was our very early conversation. Yeah, we have to talk about India, and then we have to talk about North Atlantic Ocean, basically. And I quickly realized, hey, your press is very good. Your even with our time zone difference, I never felt like we had an issue communicating, which was huge because I'm an early riser. It worked well with the difference, and I said, man, if I can just agree to this and give up Greenland, which I really don't want to be up there anyways, and just make North Atlantic your sphere of influence. Sure, you'll take Azores at some point, maybe, but I don't want to have to fight up here. My focus was really looking at, I called them like big triangles. So areas of control. How do I get all these little colonies somewhat connected so that I can pivot or decide which way I want to go based on press and negotiations? And so the obvious one was South Atlantic Ocean, like vaguely connecting South America to West Africa to South Africa, and being the dominant force in this triangle. Another good triangle for Portugal is using INO to connect India, South Africa, and Indonesia. So here's another possible area of domination, I guess. And then the third one maybe isn't as good, but coming into South America, so controlling Australia, SPO, probably not dominant, but at least a player in SAO, and kind of controlling along here. That doesn't really look like a triangle, but that was my other kind of how can I build up power and connect these areas. So NAO is never an area that I really wanted to make a presence, and so you offered help into Hyderabad in the fall and for giving up Greenland in the spring, and I was all on board with that. So I also had the same thing with France. Low press, very non-committal in what they were doing, and I was like, man, it's spring 1642. Like I want to know what you're doing, and just know, not even like safe stuff they could tell me. They really it just wasn't getting good vibes, I guess. And that's the biggest thing about pre-move press is you just want to, most of the time it's, hey, how you doing? Excited about the game. Let's talk about the one thing we have to talk about, and you move on. And I was getting a lot of pushback too on exactly what they were doing around Madagascar. And so it was an easy power based on their comms to rally a little bit of support. I tried to avoid making comments that fed the rumor mill, that I'm sure is going on around, but I was definitely feeding it myself and trying to get up some anti-France sentiment. Both from Ajran was kind of the big one. Ajran was way easier to talk to, so if we can have an early target together, that's great. And then in West Africa as well. So that was my area. The only other two that I had real standout press with as far as importance in the game was Ming. Ming immediately told me, I think it was the second message, that they wanted to be a fleet power. They wanted
Same. They told me that too. Opening message.
Big fleet BS was a popular phrase I threw around a lot because that was their second message. Was they were looking to come out here and do stuff. And not that Macau ever is going to be my powerhouse area, but they wanted this Hainan dot in the first year. And that just caused a lot of headaches. So I think we had agreed that they could go there, and that like we would do some kind of, I think I would move here and they would slip through and I go to Hanoi. But it was very confusing and the press wasn't good. So I was definitely talking to neighbors here, Ayutthaya, Mughal, Qing and Toku, and Ayutthaya. Those are easy powers to go to and say, hey, your neighbor wants to be big on fleets. Ayutthaya and Toku do not want that. They can't want that for as far as where they grow. So that was easy to get anti-Ming sentiment going. And the only other power that I didn't really get any good press from was Guarani, which is funny because voids are open and all the press is open, and they were decent with their regional neighbors as far as talking and making agreements. But I wasn't getting much. It was like half sentences and just not a lot of. It just didn't feel like they were engaged in the game. And Garani already is kind of my first target here if I'm trying to be friendly with the Dutch. So that just made that easier in the near term. So
Yeah,
anything else
based
before?
off
Go ahead.
the early press, I kind of identified three powers who I thought were just going to collapse, just because I was like this two the vibes, either based off lack of output or what everyone's saying. I just went Athapaska's going to die, Ming's going to die, and Austria was the third one where everyone was like they're being really pushy, and I didn't think that they would. I thought all three of those powers would fall apart. Unfortunately, none of them were my neighbors. I really wanted to identify someone who was next to me who was everyone's target, but wasn't able to find that early on. But that's fine. It's still spring '01. We can probably look at the moves now.
Yep, that is a nice thing about playing a colonial. Is I've been in past games where you identify those weak players and they're so far away, there's nothing you can exploit. But when you're a colonial, man, every power almost is one that you can have some gains from if they are um, giving those bad press or just angering the board in some way. So that was an upside to colonial. But yeah, I agree. Let's go on to spring. I can start and I'll just walk through. I'll just go through my notes because spring moves are relatively common. I told Mugles I was bouncing him here. I said, hey, I can't go to Bolari in the spring. I'll do it in the fall, but I just can't let you come down to Hyderabad and have to risk Goa. Now, could we? That's not entirely accurate, right? I can go to Bolari. We can agree on a bounce in Goa in the fall, but they took that. Not great, but okay. And then here, oh, that's what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to um, bounce in Guanxi, and then I guess we were going to exchange this in year 2, but we both lied, or I forget exactly the situation, but we ended up both lying here and then not talking about it. And I was like, oh, this is confusing, and it's 1 dot out of 16, so I'm not even gonna. I know this confused a lot of the board. It got posted over in like tactics and openings. And I was like, I don't know what's going on here. Honestly, this is messing with my brain. So what else? I agreed to give the Dutch Flores. Dutch were very good at talking about players you want to work with. They were very open to dot swapping, and so we had agreed to. They had agreed to give Cotabato to Spain in year 1, and so I agreed to give them Flores because I don't want to anger them this early, especially over 1 dot. I want to be friendly and peaceful over here, so this helps them out. I'm in that like I want to help you out to show that I'm willing to work and we can figure out a swap later, or I can get Flores back in year 2, and so they were very good
I
about
mean,
that.
you can claim Flores or Danny. Realistically, if you want both, I feel like you're pushing it a little bit, particularly in first year.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
I can't. I really didn't have a claim to Flores. Yeah, you're right. Like as far as like my dot, but I agreed. I wanted to go to the pre-core, just to build up in this area as much as I needed to, and I was fine with it for the moment. The other good power that we came to agreement was I would get Burundi and Ajran would get Zanzibar. After all the shenanigans with France, and you can see the French moves here, they've given up on the free dot, so they're going to go contest dots with people that they don't have to. That's a mark against you globally, I think. And Ajran and I, even though it wasn't maybe the most usual, I think Portugal usually, I don't know, but we agreed to this relatively easy, and I'm using that. I'm using the fact we agreed to this so easily, and France is being so difficult as another. Hey, can we work against France here? And then yeah, I agree to give you Greenland. That's the only other note I had from the spring. So, anything for you?
um, I yeah, so I'm also getting along really well with the Dutch. I found them very easy to talk to, and uh, about this time, I start putting out feelers for trying to identify which colonial I want to fight in the second year. I knew that I was going to fight one of you. I just didn't know who it was going to be. I was getting uh, neutral to positive vibes off all four in terms of everyone sounding friendly with me. I was getting along best with the Dutch and then you, and then probably France and Spain. If I wanted to fight someone, I was going to say Spain. They were just not giving me or anyone anything. They wouldn't commit to anything. They wouldn't even discuss anything really in terms of theoretical attacks on anyone. They're just like, oh, let's just see what happens. Um, but just the position on of the board right now, there's no way for me to, or Netherlands really, to dot Spain at all without suffering our own growth. Like we could bounce them, but that would cost us a unit. Um, but Netherlands and I did realize that they could effectively deny France 2 dots without suffering their own growth. And so I was talking, we were kind of tossing up who do we want to fight, France or Spain, and went, we can actually hurt France here. We can't hurt Spain here. And no regional had basically moved against Spain at all. So I think Spain winds up with like the best position coming out of year one in the end. But yeah, those talks are percolating as theoretical. Oh, who do we want to fight? And Netherlands and I identify that yeah, it could be France here. I had no desire to fight you. I just knew that we would lose India and I wouldn't get anything out of it. Um, and I was just getting along with the Dutch really well. Even though their position can be a bit awkward for England, I was just getting along with them well enough. I'm like, okay. So yeah, that's going on right now. Um, yeah.
Same with me. I think that was kind of a theme and I stressed this to you early and I was glad you were on the same page is like, look, if we fight in India, the Mughals will take this over. I've seen it happen. It happens all the time. Like, and we have such relatively, especially in the early game, little interaction elsewhere unless you're gunning for my capital. We don't have to fight. We don't even have to like agree not to fight elsewhere, and just like India can kind of be its standalone area. And I figured, yeah, even if I did side with Mughals against you, they just turn on me next. And you seem pretty receptive to that thought process.
Yeah, I was always looking at what's the next fight.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to be the consequence of this, of like, even if I win this fight, what happens next? And in India, it just seems so clear that there is no such thing as a stable border with the Mughals.
Yep.
Like, I would, if I'd have to get every single one of your dots and then form up the line against Mughals for it to be stable, and I just can't do that without them pressing down. And of course, they're not going to let me get everything. Um, so I liked them. I didn't enjoy that I was basically forced to fight them. I got along well with them, but yeah, the whole game was basically me and them lying to each other, but they're not feeling bad about it. We both kind of understood. Um, I think I had a better relationship with them than you did.
Yes.
You were seen as the aggressor out of the pair of us, and that I was basically sorry, but I kind of got to, and they're like, mm. But I liked them, but it's just it didn't quite work out.
Same here. I never had anything. Their press was good. It was really just tactics and strategy as far as what I thought I needed to do in the area to survive and hopefully grow. But yeah, and I think we both said as much to Mughals later in the game. Like we feel kind of bad for hampering your opportunities and chances, but it's just what seemed best for most of the game.
Yeah. The other thing I want to talk about here is Athapaska. So Athapaska has shown up. They've done basically 5 messages of press with each person. We'll talk like each of their neighbors. And then yeah, they did this move set, which was interesting. Obviously, Inuit and Ute both went in on them because it was just the most obvious decision in the world to hit the guy who doesn't talk to you.
Yeah, looking after the game, Athapaska was kind of doubly screwed as well. I forget if it was the Ute or the Inuit player had played over here quite a bit, knew the area well, and like this whole gambit of these two immediately agreeing to attack Athapaska, they had like come up with a name for it, and a bit of an opening, honestly. And that combined with low press means Atha was probably dead in the water anyways, but really dead in the water with a spring Y1 hold, no bounce here, and yeah, just unfortunate. But it was I don't even know how much they really could have done against it, even with some terrific press. So
Oh, they could have done something.
anything.
They, they they were very new to the game. They were like, oh, I'm just using this as like a tryout, I guess, to just see what it's like. And this happened, and I was like, if you want, mate, I could tell you why this is happening. It's because you're not talking to anyone. Just talk more.
Mhm.
I sent them like a paragraph explaining like if you want to do well, you got to do stuff, and they gave me a thumbs up. And I'm like, my like what? So I don't have to talk about Atha much more. They're gonna have very little influence on this game, but I wish they were doing better. I really wanted the three regionals to take more time to sort themselves out. So I kind of knew that if Atha's going to collapse quickly, that's going to be a strong Inuit. Um, so I need this, and that influenced what I was thinking coming up next in terms of who my targets are in and what I'm going to do in fall. But otherwise, I think most of the moves here were relatively standard in
Yeah,
spring.
the only other, as far as like globally, when I opened this, the other thing I was so happy to see was France and Portugal bouncing here.
Oh yeah, Poland. Yeah, that was such a
Oh,
that
Poland. Yep.
really enabled you.
Yep. And spoiler alert, they're gonna do it again in fall, and I can't believe my luck. This is I don't care if you guys hate each other. Someone has to take this dot, and in year one, and they whoever doesn't get the dot needs to clear the core so they can build there. Because if you double bounce like you'll see in fall moves, we'll see what happens. It is not a good idea. So but France was very obstinate, very, like you said, just very hard headed on what they were doing. And I don't think Poland had quite. I saw in their press they did like, hey, if we bounce here in the fall, uh, Portugal's going to have an open path, and they still did it. So that was great for me. Everything else was. South America was very, I don't know if it was standard, but it was very chill for year one.
Yeah, so the extra dot in South America just makes it so easy for everyone to double safely. No one has to really risk much. There's a fairly easy agreed move set for all the regionals to double. The colonials still have enough dots too if Moristat heads over to St. Helena or Cape Co, which it does. So
Yep.
it just makes for a very chill South America year one. Everyone gets their safe double, and then all hell breaks loose the next year.
Yep. And I agree with you as far as is it worth it to do a stab Y1 or year one? And especially for colonials, I just don't think so. They're probably going to be at least 10, if not 12 plus units, and they can build against it. And I think you really need to have a strong reason if you're stabbing someone in Y1 and understand how you're going to gain from it. Because, like when I was Ottomans, I did a stab Y1 to get Mekali because I didn't want any Abyssinia fleets for at least 2 years. Like, that's a good reason to stab even though they're still growing because it cuts off their access. But like a Spain stab or I don't know, it just didn't seem. I was not looking to. I stabbed too many people last game, year one. I think I stabbed like lied to 3 people, and it definitely hurt. So here I was really trying to be honest and basically everything I did except we'll see with the Mugles.
In general, I would agree. However, if you can get someone else to stab someone year one, it works out a lot better.
Yeah,
If we want to jump to
that's a good segue.
because yeah. So biggest thing, talks with the Netherlands progressed really well regarding hey, let's stab France. And so for me, stabbing France means moving to Maine. That is the only unit which does anything anti-France really, and everything else was just the Netherlands doing things. I thought if Netherlands backed out, I would be able to sell. Look, I'm sorry I moved to Maine. You can build there. I will back out. Netherlands played me. It was all their idea. I thought I could recover it. However, Netherlands went in hard. They
Mm-hmm.
support me into English Channel.
Mm-hmm.
They bounce Seneca, and they snipe Reunion.
Yep.
Um, so that was yeah, made such a big deal. Yeah, so France is very unhappy. I kind of blame Netherlands, but they they didn't really make efforts to recover their position. They didn't go on a press blitz to try to solve everything. They just kind of got a bit grumpy. So
Yep. Yeah, and I was involved down here organizing this as well. I don't know who convinced the Dutch, but we were. I was also telling the Dutch, hey, take reunion. Pretty sure they're going for Seychelles. Told Ajuran that because yeah, to guarantee Seychelles and not bounce in Sakalava. And
yeah, so the
yeah.
Dutch told France that they were going to support them into Seychelles, which would I guess still would have bounced, but that's what France thought was going to happen.
Okay. Yeah. So that is, hey, that's a year one colonial stab. But like you said, we had a lot of people involved in that. We've got at least Ajuran, the Dutch. You're involved. I'm involved as well, even though none of my actions are really anti-France
Nantes,
here.
you tapped Nantes.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Late. So me and Netherlands were talking about it, and then you put out a feeler to both of us, being like, "Hey, France has been a little bit annoying about my unit in Iberian." And we both went, "Oh, sounds like Portugal would also be on board with fighting France." My sense of you was that um, you were quite rational. That if that you wouldn't get emotional, you wouldn't hold a grudge, and that if it made sense, you would do it. And I thought that if we weaken France, you're smart enough to see it's very easy for you to just mop them up in South Africa and West Africa. And I thought you would jump on board anyway. That was kind of the idea with Year One Stab, was making an easy target for everyone else to jump on. Um, and it does play out like that. But you reached out to us, and we're just like, great.
Yep.
And then you made this, I guess, symbolic move to Nuts to indicate that you're with us. We did have a brief talk about if it was worth trying to have you snipe Nuts and let them into English Channel, because they'd proposed a three-way bounce and were really insistent on it. And I was just like, why can't I move to North Sea? And they were like, and you can bounce to Netherlands. And they're like, no, I want a three-way bounce. So I guess that was the second black mark, that they were just like, no, I want you to bounce here. I don't want you to build in London. I'm like, well, if I'm not building in London, I'm building in Oxford. And that's just like worst place to build. Like, why can't I? And
Yeah.
they were just like, no, don't build in London. I'm like, okay, whatever.
If your
So
opponent
it's
is
just,
willingly trying to move a unit away from you, let them. I don't like you going to North Sea as and if I was France, hey, that's a fleet going the other way and creating some kind of tension or talks with Sweden, and I wouldn't be insisting on that bounce. I think I did this, yeah, symbolically, but also like, yeah, if you guys had decided not to do this, I would sneak in, or if they went really crazy and went to Bay of Biscay, at least something, another dot gets taken, right? There was no reason not to tap. It didn't.
yeah,
This fleet wasn't going to do anything else except cover Azores, and I felt pretty comfortable after we agreed on Greenland. And as you see, we did work together over here for Hyderabad. That I didn't need to go cover Azores. And if you did take it, at least I find out early versus a later stab.
yeah. Other things that happened. Sweden stabs Poland. That was something I've been encouraging the whole time. I just wanted those two to be fighting each other, meaning I don't have to worry about them. I got along really well with the first Russia. Unfortunately, they're only around for like a year and a half. So we've kind of had an early plan of, yep, let's just pit Sweden and Poland together. We can both largely just ignore them, and then we will come in and fight Sweden together in like 3 years. But that Russia subbed out, and that wound up never happening.
Hmm.
Um, Athapaska does probably the worst fall year one moveset I've ever seen, and they wind up +0. Um, So and then subs out, NMR subs out. So farewell, mate. I don't. Good luck in your next game. Please don't do anything that you did in this game.
Yeah, it was a very short learning experience.
Yeah. Spain plays friendly with all of their neighbors, and I think goes +15. Somehow they make really good agreements with everyone, but like don't commit to anything. So Spain's kind of the like I've committed to fighting France with Netherlands, and you. And Spain, I think, was a bit miffed at this. I think they got along best with France out of most of us, or at least when I was sniffing around who was to fight who, France got along best with Spain. They said, and
Yeah, I think there was
they were
something where
the only colonial not looped in, so they maybe felt a little bit out of the loop here. But they're the one who's going to be brought top here.
yeah, yep. And I started having conversations with Spain directly after this, where I start to get the same feeling you had, as just kind of non-committal or decisions, or I don't understand where they're at, and I don't when you don't feel like you have any feeling of the players' motivations or where they want to grow, or they're not giving you anything. Even if they are perfectly happy, neutral, or even an ally of you, it just the suspicion, the paranoia gets raised even higher.
Yeah.
So again, this bounce is amazing. I didn't even like I briefly asked about it, and then I said, Michael, just stop drawing attention to this. If they bounce, they bounce, but I don't need to coordinate anything over here if they want to do it. So for my fault,
The other, I guess Inuit and I, late in the phase, I kind of just went, hey, these two units, instead of poking each other, let's support hold each other, let's look friendly. I did this knowing that France and I was stabbing France. I was trying to make it look like Inuit and I were super tight and that Inuit was going to be in on this attack too. Just to put more doubts in France's mind if they did do a mad scramble, which they didn't really wind up doing. But once this France stab happened, first thing I did is I went to Inuit and went, hey, here's my pitch, jump in on France stab. Clearly Athens going to die. So by stabbing France with me, you're going to get your share of Athens dots. You're going to get France's share of Athens dots. You're going to get your share of France's dots. They're fighting at least two colonials already with me and Netherlands. You can see Portugal's on board too. Come on in. It's easy growth. You're going to be one of the best positioned regionals.
Yep.
Inuit, in my assessment, early on, was one of the most dangerous players on the board. I thought they were very schemy. I thought they were a lot like me in that regard. I didn't want to work with them long term, but I thought I could get them on board here the short term. I just wanted to keep them focused on something which wasn't stabbing me, because I just didn't want any fleet slipping into NAO. I know it takes a while, but like to get NAO, but then there's so many bordering sea tiles, I can't cover them all, and then there's all my dots behind there, and I just didn't want anyone to really try to slip through into Gulf of Maine or whatever. And I just wanted to give them something to do, and they were reasonably receptive to that.
Hey, look, France got Cree. So all it takes is an Atha doesn't know what they're doing, and they actually get it.
That was quite funny too. That I was like, there's no chance in hell you're getting Cree and that you can get all three of those dots, and they absolutely would have in this case.
Yep. See, the only other thing that I had in my notes was this: the Dutch walking out and giving a dot to Ming. No need to do it. Not even like going back to Formosa, like getting the 50-50 wrong or anything. Just completely walking out. And in my mind, I was like, okay, so the Dutch are very kind as far as you can ask a lot from the Dutch apparently, and they might say yes. And I do use that later on as in negotiations.
I would agree with that. About 3 or 4 years into the game, I was like, hang on a second. Every single thing I've asked the Dutch to do, they've said yes. And that they over the next few years, they absolutely turned into my number one most reliable ally. And I wouldn't say I lead them astray. They're in quite a strong position, but their moves are usually quite helpful to me.
Yep. Same here. I managed to work this out. I still don't know what's going on, but I know they want to do fleets, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to get into Hanoi. But you can see already Qing is not letting them into Hanyang. Mughals and Ayutthaya is working against them. This was it wasn't just us talking or our thoughts. I think a lot of the board was like, okay, this is a good first target, and they went for it.
Yep. Um,
Go ahead. You got anything
I
else,
don't,
or
I don't think I have anything else for fall here.
cool? And we'll see. I do have fall retreats. There must have been something somewhere. Um, oh, one at the Pascha retreat. Okay. And then
Which
yeah,
they NMR'd and subbed out.
they NMR'd and subbed out. Yep. Spain was plus 15. They end on top. Um, I think realistically my max is plus 15. It's very hard for the second Iberian fleet to get in unless somehow I got into Nantes or Nantes. So very happy with the plus 14, having you on side against Mugles, about as good as I could hope for.
Yeah, plus 12 I think is pretty bog standard. Is about the best England can do. I would have to have gotten actual French dot somewhere to get more than that, and my spring moves just didn't allow for it.
Yep. And France goes plus 8, which is
Yeah,
below average for the Colonial. You see they slip behind even the larger regionals. So
yeah, that I guess was the benefit of the early stab is, yeah,
mhm.
a couple extra units we did not have to deal with, and it makes a big difference in terms of making them look like the weakest. Um, build wise, Spain, I've very quickly figured they're building everywhere except Madrid. That made the most sense as a wave, and that meant that when they came to me being like, "Hey, don't build Belize," I just went, "You're going to build Saint Aug. I'm building Belize. You're building everywhere. Please build as many fleets not in the Caribbean." And they did. They built one fleet in the Caribbean, and all the like 5 builds that can be there. There's only one. I was like, Spain is giving me nothing in press, but in terms of moves on the board, quite good. Um,
Same
France
here. They asked to
max builds
build
North America.
they asked to build Army Gibraltar, and I asked for no Madrid, of course. And even after I agreed that they'd build this and it get convoyed, they even built Valencia. So they were nicer than what they asked for. So while the press makes me nervous, their actual actions, just like you in the Caribbean, were very friendly. I did ask them to swap Rabat and Canaries this year, like this upcoming year. Like, hey, let's plan to. I'll just give you North Africa. I'll take Canaries and focus on West Africa. And they refused to do that. They did not want to swap those 2 dots. And I proposed it a few different ways that we could do it safely, or to protect against a 1 dot stab. But they weren't interested and didn't really ever give a good reason. So it was again where it's like, everything you're doing I'm okay with, but you're just not giving me a good feeling.
Yeah. They'd wave 2, I think, so they've got 2 builds in reserve going into the following year.
Oh, throughout the game they are very good at disbanding and rebuilding, and using disbands and builds in pocket effectively. I will say that.
Mm.
Let's see. I don't think for actual builds I have anything very exciting, because it was building basically everywhere. I do completely leave. I mean, I trust him enough that I don't build here and put my 14 everywhere else except the homeland. And my thought there is, I think I had a spec say maybe you should. I said, okay, look, if Spain goes completely anti-me, which I have no inclination they will, or no indication that they will, yeah, it's like short-term pain, and I have to redirect my efforts, and it will slow me down. But I'm really not worried about getting completely removed from this area long term. I can bring fleets back, push. They don't have the ability to contest super fast. Looking at it now, I'm like, well, maybe they could, but I don't know. I was comfortable enough with you, and thought it would be too early, and Spain had other priorities, that I just left that open.
Yeah. Similarly, I went up putting both my waves in European Isles. I wasn't planning on any growth up there, other than I was coordinating with you in Netherlands to try to take Nantes. I just thought Sweden can't reach my dots this year, so I can put the builds in next year and kind of push that problem into the future and actually have the builds on where they'll be useful on the front lines.
So I was really tossing up where that second wave should be, but I wound up, yeah, waving both Oxford and London.
Yep. The only other thing going into spring moves is I spoke with Safavid about, hey, you see we are attacking the Mughals. Would you like to join in? I realize this colony is relatively, like any successful Safavid will take these dots, Restak and Muscat. And so I'm trying to pitch alliances here where I can help against the Ottomans, I can help against the Mughals. Um, I want you to be a land-based power, and you will have my assistance. And they agree to build Army Bandar Abbas, and so that was a really promising sign for the winter. Is okay, like we are getting some anti-Mughal actions happening, and hopefully we can actually make some progress in this area. And the only other thing I agree in the winter is that the Dutch are going to, after seeing the Dutch move out of Raiku or whatever it is, Rikuku, I asked them for Cape Koei. Say, hey, let's just separate this area better. They don't immediately bite on a Congo attack, which I think is a very natural attack for us to do. But they seem to like the Congo player L for now, and so I don't push that. But I do say, hey, I want Cape Koei, and the swap, quote unquote, that we arrange is that I somehow I get Flores and I get Cape Koei because Flores was mine somehow, right, in our conversations. So they're gonna
Yeah,
give
you did well with that.
yeah, they're gonna give me back quote unquote Flores, and then the swap for Flores is I get Cape Koei, and I'm like, this is terrific. Dutch, we will let's keep being friends. So
Yeah, I was also pushing Netherlands towards Congo. I just knew that they have to fight someone. I don't want it to be me. I'm weaker than them in the area. I'm definitely relying on that. We're coordinating and well against France, but I think they were maybe just focusing on, oh, I guess we'll grab this Agadez dot um and fight the Ottomans instead.
yep.
So there was a bit of a thing with moves here where the Congo didn't want them going to, oh, is that Nuri in there? And I obviously didn't want them moving to Adja, and they tried to basically make us both happy. And I'm just late in the phase. I point out that, hey, if you do this move set where you go to Adja and Oyo, then Congo could actually force for Fernando Po if they move to Loango and Nuri.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, oh, wait, yeah, crap, I didn't notice that. And so they go to adjust their moves to go. I think they were going to hold in Benin and move Great Aldra to Oyo, but they wound up moving. They only fixed one of the moves. So they wound up still moving to Adja and holding in Benin and just leaving Oyo vacant. And I'm like, ugh. It didn't feel intentional. It very much looked like, because they kind of asked me if they can move to Asia. I'm like, look, it's annoying, but fine. But yeah, then they wound up accidentally moving to Asia.
Well, you're being
As they
friendly.
tried to make everyone happy.
Yeah, you're being somewhat friendly with your army build, right? Because besides me, no one else can contest Sao Tome in year two unless you built a fleet. So like, there's definitely you're trying to keep them. You are trying to point them towards Congo and not get them bothered about this area too early.
Yeah, so I wanted Mali, and actually both you and Ottomans offered to support me into Mali with not too much press. I was like, great, whatever. I figured I would probably be working with you in the area against Ottomans eventually, but if they're going to support me to Mali, that's fine too.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I'm focusing
and
back on the dot back here, and then because there's no more builds, yeah, I'm fine with you having Molly because I see that I have growth elsewhere, and if I start demanding Molly, you'll be like, "What? You have 3 or 4 dots back here. You can go for. Why are we fighting over this anyways?" So I didn't want to push
yeah,
that. Yeah. Plus, this is a fleet here, right? So I have to be worried about this Niani as well. So I wasn't trying to anger you anywhere.
yeah. Elsewhere, I was really trying to suss out what was going to go on with the Russia South's Otto triangle. I got along well with Russia, but Otto never gave me anything.
I was constantly asking them what's going on, and they would just smile basically, which was fair. We didn't really interact, but they were one of the less forthcoming with sort of information trading. Safavids was another one of those sneakier players on the board. They wound up promising that they would go in against Mughals. They didn't tell me what they were doing with Russia, but yeah, not a player that I could wind up relying on later on, as we will see.
Yep. But one thing before we go to spring, because I forgot this was interesting year one, is back in the spring, Russia just decided, no, I don't want to deal with this triangle. Like I don't want to have this Mexican standoff where we're all three here staring at each other, wondering who's going to help each other. And I thought that was really interesting because what they end up getting in the fall is both both powers supporting them in, which was a cool way of handling that area. This may be my favorite year one triangle in the game, and I just hadn't seen this combo before, so that was really interesting. But yeah, we'll go on to the spring, and I'll let you kick it off. Where do you want to focus?
So I guess it was good to see the continued assault on France. They hadn't managed to get me, you, or and Netherlands back on side, and also Inuit commits against them too. So that went quite well. Inuit building armies was what I'd wanted to see. I didn't want to see fleets. They built armies, and then they went into France. I don't know how the double army build Quack and Kuj there. France didn't see that Inuit was coming for them with the double army build, but apparently they didn't. So that all went quite well. I forced Estrie, forced Placentia Bay, I forced Gulf of Maine. Port Royals are guaranteed to fall. Dutch get into Normandy over in Europe, which means that Nantes is guaranteed to fall too. You both agreed to support me in fall. Brilliant. Just cruising along, really. I get double supported into Mali. Great. Thanks, Ottomans. Oh, Poland in the Caribbean. That's right. Let's talk about the Caribbean.
Okay.
So, this French, me and the Dutch are basically coordinating fully here. I'm trying to take these two French dots, but we don't actually have a guaranteed moveset on either one in fall, or like even planning out the whole year. There's no guaranteed moveset of like our 6 against 2. It's just a really annoying nut to crack. Poland come to me and be like, hey, I want to keep growing in the region, which terrible thing to say to England in the Caribbean. But they proposed this thing where we support them into Cap-Haitian. And I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm doing this. But I eventually figure out that's the only way that we can guarantee a dot off France is if we get Poland into Cap-Haitian, because they by the moving to Caribbean Sea here. So like that winds up actually happening. And I was like, this is ridiculous. I do not want Poland growing. But I do talk to Spain about what they do here. So they bounce in New Courland, and they'd arranged to bounce in New Courland in fall. And I was like, hey, you don't want them building in New Courland either. Can you just let them cover New Courland? And they do wind up doing that. So Poland gets the dot but can't put the fleet down. And I'm like, this is great because now I can just kick them out in the following year. But everything in the Caribbean is just going just about as good as it can for me. Spain does a core on Havana, and I'm like, I sent a message like, look, I don't mind if you finish this core, but it's friendlier if you don't. And I'm not going to ask you not to do it, just because it's not that important to me. Because I would rather sit there coring than moving on my units, whatever. But they willingly do core into hold order and fall, and I'm just like, they're doing these such friendly orders towards me, but they're just in the way later on.
Yeah, it's very like the moves are nice, but you're giving up momentum. Move it out. Like be a force in the area, and even if it's helping someone or like this isn't doing anything except making your neighbor suspicious. I I have a thing, and I'm guilty of it as well. I'm sure we'll see an instance where I don't know what else to do with the unit, so I just core. And like, oh, I'm just
Mm.
going to hold, so I'm going to core. And cores mean something. Core, at least in my mind, cores indicate I want to grow this way. I want to be able to reinforce closer to a front line I envision near Havana. And for you in Belize and Baracoa and Bahamas, of course that's going to be a concern. And I just don't know if every player thinks through that, or if they get called out often enough to realize that coring is an aggressive action. It's not the best thing you can do with the unit, I think here, but it is definitely something that is giving there. It's like nonverbal communication, right? It's you are pressing by doing this core, and you're saying, hey, I'm looking this way for dots.
Yes, but at the same time, I just wanted Spain out of the way so I can mop up France. I'm like, give me a year and a half, and then of which him spending a year coring means I've got 2/3 of that already, and then I'd have time to turn around and kick it out. Because I'm stronger than him in the region. I don't care that he's sitting there coring with that. I just don't want him helping France, and he doesn't.
Yeah, he really can't do anything that isn't aggressive to you here, to be honest. Like
exactly. Yeah.
He can't go anywhere.
So yeah, sit there core. I don't care. Just don't bother me. And they didn't. I mean, cores and Cartagena as well. So
Yeah, what is this gaining you? You're losing potentially 2 turns of fleet movement when you have a core right next door. I just don't. I don't think it's the best thing you can do with the unit for sure.
no, I think the play might have been Caracas to Orinoco and they bring it over to Caracas, or you bounce Caribbean Sea if you're trying to be friendly to England. But like, yeah, no, he lets Poland through the Caribbean Sea, and he's playing quite passive here. And I'm like, hey, by all means, they do stab Aymara, a bit of a group stab down there. As the South America in the year 1, they were all just like, oh no, we're all friends, and I'm like, okay, whatever. This extra dot has just made this region so boring year 1. But year 2, it kicks off with Aymara stabbing Guarani and everyone else stabbing Aymara.
Yeah, and this also is probably what started the whole colonial alliance worry. And I told so many. I mean, I probably protested too much or something, but it's like, look, you got to give me a reason not to work with powers that I have interaction with all over the board. Like you need to make it worth my while to stab, say, the Dutch or Spain when I've got to worry about Spain. You know, if you're a regional down here and you want the colonials to turn against each other, you have to think about where their interactions are elsewhere and how that impacts them. Colonials can't operate in a vacuum or in just a certain continent, and no one ever really gave me a lot. No regional ever really gave me a lot of reason to turn on another colonial. That was so. Yes, I had several people talking about colonials working together, and I'm like, one, it always falls apart. Like the colonials always start at the top of the leaderboard just because of math, and at some point there will be a stab. Look, we've already stabbed France. The colonials have already turned on one in year 1. Why are you thinking that the other 4 are going to stay together, ride or die till the end? Just give me some kind of plan that makes sense for me to turn on these guys. And I just didn't have a lot of that.
Yeah, this was another thing which I guess took as a lesson from my first game, which I wanted to apply, is that if you spend the time beating up on one of the 5 colonials, the other 4 will be at the top for the first 3 years. And then you pick another colonial and then you beat up on them, and then the other 3 will be at the top for the next 3 years after that. And that was my game plan, was that I want to beat up France, and then I want to identify the next one of the 3 of you and then beat up that person. I know as England, I'm probably the most insulated from the regionals out of the 5 colonials. Really, I've got Sweden and Inuit and Mughals. Those are really my 3 regional neighbors.
Yep.
And Sweden is very easy to just stay out of each other's hair. So
yeah, you're not even North Sea at all. Like this is, I should have.
No, we had a bit of a sea DMZ. Us and Russia kind of had a, hey, can we? They both agree. Yep, you can have Iceland, and 3 of us will just stay out of the oceans and have each other's hair. I'm like, great. I'm underbuilt in the region. I'm fine with this. I'm going to push elsewhere. And yeah, there's a while here where I was basically just sending Sweden like, hey, you're gonna do this, right? And they're like, yep. And for like 2 years, you're doing this, and they're like, yep. And they're like, stop playing Sweden for me, stop predicting all my moves. It just felt so obvious. I was like, you're gonna build this, you're gonna move this unit here, you're gonna do this. Yes, stop predicting my move sets. So yeah, up there being calm was fine. I just wasn't really looking at Europe as a growth area. I was pushing the Caribbean and the Americas mainly, with Africa just going better than I thought it would. Yeah.
I can talk a bit more. So yes, agreeing here to attack the colonial, to attack Aymara with the Spain and the Dutch. No reason not to. I don't mind them taking this and weakening this area. Again, Aymara and Guarani, just the press wasn't there. So this is about the time I rule out that I'm going to take over Mapuche. Mapuche is easily the strongest of the three. When I asked about builds the first winter, they made a very strong argument why they needed so many fleets, why they needed to build. I think they built 1, 2, 3 fleets, and they're saying, "Hey, I can go more armies later, but I have to have fleets now for XYZ reasons." And he posted like 4 or 5 games where Mapuches that don't build fleets get destroyed. And he made a very good point. He cherry picked some of the examples, but it was just a very well reasoned, logical argument. And later on, when I'm in SAO and I see where the places I can sneak into to disrupt Mapuche, I'm like, yeah, you really did need fleets. I get it. So I would get an essay from Mapuche and I would get 3 words from Guarani. And so I quickly realized I think I end up giving them Gulu here, even though I can take it, because I want to make a friend to one of the 3, and Mapuche is the one that sticks out to me as someone that I don't know if I can trust, but I can at least negotiate and talk with better than the other 2. So attacking Guarani here definitely made the most sense. The my dumbest move of the entire game, I think, because it completely loses me this area, is I trust Safavid because they built the army, and I just walk out of a dot that they take. And spoiler, I don't think I never even get close to these dots again. And that's not what I wanted to happen. I wanted to be able to hang around this area, potentially link up this and have a power base here. And with these exact moves, what I really should have done after the turn was just hold Rustek for 1 phase, because they said they were going to Persian Gulf to probably go to Persian Gulf, and they are to work on the Ottomans. And I believe them, and I shouldn't have. I should have sat there, and they'll be able to mop up this area early, which means these fleets really just get turned into the Mughals because they have nothing better to do eventually. So, but that was the one I look back on, and I hate that move.
Yeah, that was definitely a setback. It was a setback for me too. Just Safavid's told us they were going to go in on the Mughals, and no, instead they went in on Russia. Which was a bit of a nuisance. Mughals were very good at fighting the both of us. They didn't. I don't know. I didn't really have it in me to lie to them so obviously so much. They saw through it. They knew that I wasn't going to turn against you. The sense that they got from press was that you were the driver of the fight against them, so they didn't really try to turn you or believe anything you said either. So they just do consistently solid moves against us, and it just turns into a real quagmire.
Yeah, very strong tactically. Yeah, I agree. I mean, even this is a really good combo here to realize they're facing alliance here and turn around, even and make a friend with Ayutthaya. This agreement or DMZ or whatever happens here was way stronger. I realized later in the game, I think we both do, but I didn't realize how early they had discussed this and made this border super safe, and that makes our battle just so rough. Yeah.
Ming continues to collapse, basically getting gone in on from all their neighbors. So Qing and Tokugawa are both relatively equal at this stage, and they're both getting along, and they're both taking the easy growth.
Oh yeah, I thought I was set here this year. I was feeling so good. Everyone hated Ming. There was a Ming sub for a temporary sub or a new Ming player. And so I thought this was real smart. I'll do a self bounce here so they can't move out, and then I'll just take this. I did not anticipate them. Ayutthaya also subs out eventually, but right now it's the strong HD White analytical player. I think they also see the issue, and Ming focuses towards regaining some of this area, and they don't bother Ming. And I did not think they were going to Hagwang, so that kind of blows up the small. I don't know. I had a dream that this area would not be. This area could be a Portugal stronghold when it never is. And I've seen some Portugals do really well here. They're bold enough to put an army down, and I was not bold enough to put an army down or really contest this that strongly. It's just a tough area to play. I think it's Portugal. It's my goal is not to get eliminated here, and this is the one turn where I think not only will I not, do I not want to get eliminated, I think I can grow here and go south pretty quick.
The one other thing I want to bring up is that I think it's about this time that I start the map painters thing, where I pulled a list of every province in the game and then started encouraging people to fill in all the neutral provinces, which was something I was just doing for fun. In my first game, in the last 2 years, I started counting down the remaining 20, 30 odd provinces just for the fun of it. But I started it very early in this game, and then publishing a leaderboard of who's painted the most provinces and stuff. Really, it just encouraged people to do suboptimal moves.
Yeah.
Which it was really funny to me that, and I would get a little bit of extra intel because I'd be like, hey, are you going to paint this province this year? And they'd be like, no, I've got to do this, or no, I can't. And then I would infer that they're doing this instead. So it's just good at getting me that random bits of snippets of intel, and also encouraging people to do worse moves. There is a whole, and then I think in about 6 months or a year, I start giving out an award to the best province paint of the season, of which the criteria was it's done purely for painting. Namely, it was a bad move. And so there was some units where it's instead of holding, they'd move, make it province and paint it or whatever. But they're just moving to worse provinces a lot of the time. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it wound up having a surprising niche strategic and tactical value.
I was I was so sad I did not think of this, because I also love keeping data, and that would be right up my alley because I just love looking at the map. But the PsyOps opportunity, and like you said, getting more information than you have a right to have, just because people are defending why they can't paint or why they are going to paint. I was like, this is genius and enjoyable for the whole group. I wanted that award. I was looking to make suboptimal moves if I could get away with it. It was really fun, and yeah, kudos. That was terrific.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at spring if I have anything else. My notes, because I tried to take pretty good notes in my void every phase. And even this early, I'm already looking if I can stab the Dutch. Basically, from this phase onward, I'm seeing how good a Dutch stab is and when it makes the most sense to do. It does not, I guess I come to the conclusion it's not worth it here. I don't want to go through the analysis, but it is on my radar. It's I knew I wanted to team up with the Dutch. I think this early on, I'm not really considering it because I want to work with them against Congo first. Before I really consider doing that, but I am looking at it. And the two supports that bother me the most on this map is, yes, you getting auto support. I'm like, oh, okay, what are we? Who's the real friend here? And then the other one is this one. This was very concerning. I did not think Ajran and I had done a pretty good agreement so far, and we're agreeing to take over Madagascar. And they got French support down here, and I don't think they needed to go here at all. I would have much rather preferred them to go on the other side and have more of a claim to the like I didn't mind them going into INO, or this just seemed needlessly anti-Portugal. Ajran throughout this game, I'll point out a couple of times where they are playing everyone against each other very well. You can tell that they are making agreements with people, sticking to them some phases to get cooperation on the next phase, and vice versa. So later on, I realized I probably didn't need to be as concerned about this, but this early on, every support and every arrow, you're the paranoia. You've just got to think about what their real intentions are. So, because I'm not in any real danger here, right? Like I can defend everything here, but it's just, why do you need to be there? And same thing with you. Early on, my radar is up because you want to place units in quote unquote helpful locations. Like, oh, I need to be here for XYZ reason. I'm like, man, yes, you're right. That would be helpful to me. I forget what the exact reason was here, but there's several places you want to go that I'm like, I really don't want you there. But I see what you're doing.
Yeah, that was... So that fleet has two moves. I want Andrew Coast, so I can either move to Palyakar and support it out there, or I can move to Mana and support it out there.
Mhm.
And it was just... Mana is a much better province than Palyakar. Let's just ask you and see if you say yes. And I think it was annoying, but it wasn't annoying enough for you to make a point of pushing back and saying no. And there's a few moves like that where I was just like, let's just see what I can get away with. And this was one of them, which you both let me into.
Yeah.
You both knew about it. You both said yes. And I was just I wasn't planning on stabbing either of you at this point. It was just, if I want to stab either of you, I want to be here. So
yeah, it's good positioning.
Yeah.
It's excellent play. I'm not knocking. It's very strong, but that also to me is like, oh dang, I wasn't as concerned. I agree, because I don't really want you here, but I don't mind it because I don't think you're turning on me here. I think we've made our bed. We need to fight the Mughals, or at least see how this war goes. Before this move, remember, we're still thinking Safavid is coming in, so I wasn't terribly concerned, but my radar is up. I'm like, something could... I gotta be careful of this one. He knows what he's doing, so...
The Dutch moves in West Africa, I explained before. That was meant to be Oyo. They went to Adja by accident. It's fine. I had the movement in the Ouagadougou covered anyway. I'm just like, whatever. It was pretty clear they fixed one order, didn't fix the other. I didn't see this as a stab or anything.
Anything else for spring?
Don't think so.
Yeah, that's all. I'll go ahead and move to fall then. Keep us going. So this is retreats. No really important retreats here. And then fall moves. I'll kick us off. So we'll just kind of swap off here. I'll start down in Africa. This is an arrange, and this is probably my favorite Ajran move. They get support from Congo, support from Abyssinia, and I agree to move out of Burundi. Like, that is great diplomacy right there. Is they have their choice of what they do here. They can attack Congo, they can work with Congo to attack me, or they can just take what I'm doing and take it anyways. And I really like this. I think I screenshotted this one in my void and said, nice job. But the reason I do this is they're going to give me more of Madagascar. I forget what the split was going to be, but they agreed to help me into Sakalava. And I kind of realize I want the entire island, so I'm trying to make agreements with them to work towards that. Because right now, the Dutch have helped against France, so they have their eyes on Fort Dauphin. Ajran has helped against France, so they're probably looking at Sokolov. But we agree to this, and I love this because I want to widen the border between Congo and Ajuran so that Ajuran sees Congo as a target as well. With Bunyoro is just one, and it's important they hold it, right? Because it touches two of their cores. And
It's such an important province in there. It's huge.
yeah, I completely agree. And I wanted to give them more of an opportunity to not just defend against Congo, but to attack that way. So I love this swap. I forget where I was going there, but that was the reason to seed Burundi. But to see all this was very interesting because I don't know if I have Ajuran on side if I kick off something against the other regionals, mainly Congo. Go ahead.
You also convinced them to finally stab Congo.
Who? The Dutch?
Dutch.
Yes, that's the next note I had was I don't know if I convinced them. They basically came to me and was like, I'm hearing some stuff about Congo. You want to go in on them? And I was like, I've been waiting for you to say that immediately. I'm like, I'll give you St. Helena. Come on. So what they had done here was they had earlier agreed to give me Cape Coe, remember? But they had also told Congo to tap Cape Coe. Congo comes to me and was like, Cape Coe looks like a fun dot. Yum, yum, yum. And I say, wait a minute. The Dutch told me that I could have Cape Coe. And the Dutch was super angry about this in their void. They're like, why did Congo immediately go to Portugal and say they were moving to Cape Coe? So their attempt to kind of keep the dot, they do keep the dot, but they also I guess they lose trust in Congo, and they I'm sure maybe you were talking to them as well, of course, about going this way.
I was always encouraging them to go into Congo. Just, if you look at my units there, I'm just forming a wall to their west, and I have no right to be a 4-dot English West Africa here, but yeah, you offer me support into Timbuktu. Dutch want me to tap Timbuktu. I think they basically had a 50-50 on covering Hausa or Agadez, and they got that wrong. But I got Timbuktu and Mali, so I've got 4 dots by the end of the second year in West Africa. I'm like, this is a great position. You're fine with it because you've still got to mop up Poland and France there. Yeah, I was quite happy with this. Although at this point, I'm out of growth options here. I'm just gonna be sitting here, 3 dots, 4 dots, 3 units. Leave me alone. Was my position in West Africa from now on.
Yeah, and it helped our relation. Like the fact that I had these that I wanted to focus on means I was very happy to keep you going somewhat to this way. I wasn't even even thinking about like the Dutch and I never talked about really attacking you here, which was good for you. But I was
very aware it was an area that I was vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was trying to. Oh, I think this is the phase where I tell you, hey, sometimes with the Dutch, just ask for dots, and they might give them to you. You never know. What I forget what I asked for, but I asked for something, and they were like, "Yeah, no, that's no problem. That's fine." And also down here, I realize Guarani is basically getting fed moves by Mapuche, because after this phase or next phase, Guarani says, "Okay, Mapuche, I guess they're stabbing me. So, what should I do?" And that's when it clicked, like, oh, all these moves are very anti-Portugal. I mean, they're in a hard spot, right? They were getting attacked by all 3. Aymara has backed off because now Aymara is getting attacked. But Guarani's being just a little too passive. So yes, of course, Mapuche offers me support because they know that this is getting protected. So I was a little late to the draw there, and I don't get a lot out of Guarani as we push in, but it works out. But that was just in the notes is like, if you have low energy players, if you have an Atha that stays alive, or just a player who doesn't seem that engaged, just suggest moves. what's the worst they can say? They either say, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, so at least you know something about what their units are doing. They're not doing what you suggested. Or they go, yeah, sure, that sounds good. There's no reason not to do it. And that just takes like another level of press, right? Where you're, and you were good about this too, constantly suggesting moves, constantly suggesting things that we could do. I'm sure you're doing it with other people as well, but that's good play.
I would say generally most things I wasn't surprised by in the first couple of years of the game. Almost everything in my spheres of influence, people told me what they were going to do, and they actually did it, which was very, very satisfying. And so I was with rollover being my morning, I was very easily able to just go, great, that went to plan. Let's do this next, and that worked quite well with most people. We just look at Asia for a second, East Asia. About now, or in the next phase, the relationship between Qing and Tokugawa breaks apart. I'd set them up to be allies early on. They were fighting Inuit. It's all great. Russia and Qing are getting along. I'm like, perfect. This is going to be a little bit of a counterbalance to Inuit getting very strong in North America as Athabasca and France collapse. But Inuit was basically spent a year just working on driving a wedge between Qing and Tokugawa that I kind of wasn't paying attention to this region at the time, and it works. I think they're fine this phase, but in builds it all falls apart for those two. They both turn on each other, and I was just like, "What happened? You guys were meant to be fighting Inuit for," but they do not.
Yeah. Well, good job by the Inuit. I mean, that's
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have in my notes, you asked to move to Raichur this turn, and then you also asked to go to possibly Fulani, either this phase or next phase. And I'm like, no, I don't really want you in either of those spots. So like with Gulf of Manar too, all three of those I'd said in my void around this time. I was like, something's. If I say no and they still do it, well, yeah, then we have a real problem. But the fact that you're asking for it, I was definitely a bit concerned.
Hey, you said just ask, and maybe they'll say no, but maybe they'll say yeah.
That's true.
To one of those places.
Yeah, but when other people are also doing good diplomacy, I need to be careful. So, other fall note I had is Ayutthaya and Mughals are, in my opinion, really starting to beat the anti-colonial drum. Trying to rouse up, and like Safavid seems understanding of that, working together with Ottomans, taking the dots. Like they're doing good work against the colonials. I was so happy to see Ayutthaya sub out. I think next year.
It was about now, yeah.
Yeah, because and then they go for this, then tell me about it. Not that I could have done too much, but Ayutthaya. I was always around this area. Just anyone, Toku, Ayutthaya, just like, hey, keep me alive here, and you can have, like, I will make friendly moves, whatever you need. And it never really worked out. I don't think that's the right, if you're playing Portugal in a future game. I don't know what to do with this area. Having a Ming that wanted to do fleets was another problem, but Ayutthaya realized smartly, it's good play by them, being like, I see the colonials working together. I don't need Portugal sticking around here and eventually possibly working with Spain and Dutch against me. So I'm going to do what I can in the short term against one of them. And that was just good play.
Yeah. At this point, I'm definitely I'm getting every single move out of the Dutch, like across the board. I had very little desire to stab someone when at this point I'm almost playing two colonials. Like it was full coordination just about every move they had. Because we're in pretty much every region together. The only places I didn't really know what they were doing, Indonesia. And even then we were talking about, what's our relationships with Ayutthaya like? Because there was, we both kind of interact with them, and Spain as well. Spain was continuing their whole thing of not really giving much away to anyone. Netherlands was thinking that they wanted to fight Spain next, and I knew that, and I was kind of thinking the same too. It was a natural expansion of me in the Caribbean, but
yeah, I'm friendly with Spain still, besides our disagreement on Canaries Rabat, but Spain doesn't coordinate so much that we accidentally bounce an SAO2. And like we come to each other afterwards like, oh, that was stupid, we should have talked about. But they just don't tell you anything. And so we block stuff up here unnecessarily when really it would have been nice. And this is the reason that I understood it after the fact, but they liked having canaries because they were a year away from SAO, which I don't want Spain and SAO, but SAO and SPO connect in this version of the map. And so for some reason, they thought this was a valid movement path to the Pacific as far as working in this area against Aymara and
just build in Mexico.
Yes, just build over here and sort this out. But this is such a long way to go, and every time you move in this area, you're worrying or you're testing relations with the Dutch, with Portugal, with I don't know, those being the main
Me
two.
in the Caribbean.
You in the Caribbean, right? If they come out to SAO, they can dump into here as well. So I don't think this is the right plan. If you want more units over here, just hold them in hand and build them if you have to. So
yeah.
But
in the Americas, Dutch support me into, I think it's Ville Marie.
Mm-hmm.
We put Poland into Cap Haitian, so everything's basically just following the plan. France is getting dismantled. Both Ute and Inuit take the easy growth as well, which was the whole thing with stabbing year one was, hey, this is the target. Very clearly, we're fighting them. You don't need to worry from us. We're already in a come in yourself, take the easy growth, and they're both like, oh, great, 3 dots. At some point I remarked that this game winds up being like one of the simplest Ute games, just because their targets were just so clearly laid out for them the whole game. They didn't really have to do anything, and it, works out all right for them.
Yeah, are you worried about? I mean, I think at this point you're still more focused on getting France down than worried about how big the Inuit are getting. Though you are messing with them over in Asia, but right now the focus is just get the dots together and then work from there.
Yeah, I was just pointing them at France first, and yeah, I wanted their growth to be limited. I would have loved Athabasca being decent size here and like fighting Inuit, keeping them, forcing them to split their gains against France. But maybe they would have allied France and it would have worked out differently. But yeah.
Yep.
Athabasca just completely, they sub out. The new sub comes in, tries, but I didn't really press with them much. I didn't have a great press relationship with just about any of the subs. I put a lot of work in early, and then whenever someone, I just cannot be bothered building it. And I think the only sub that I do have a semi-decent relationship with is Russia, but it was half the relationship that there was with the first Russia. I think Russia subs out about now, which was a bit of a bummer, because I got along really well with the original Russia.
Yep. Anything else for your fall?
No, everything's just going to plan, basically.
Yeah, no, it's besides losing this, and I think we can look at the leaderboard. Retreats are nothing really negotiated on my end. Ooh, got a retreat into a dot. Didn't see that one. It's France.
No, it's a French unit back to their own dot.
Oh, I hate this area. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to play Dutch in France either, is I hate dealing with the low countries.
Yeah.
Okay, so going into this, I'm only at +3. The poorest performing colonial that still really matters, to be honest. And I think that's the other thing, right? Is when you're talking about your Aymara game and you start beating up on one. That was always my concern with the colonials, is as long as all the colonials are working together, if I don't keep up, they're going to look to me for dots. And this year and even next year, I'm growing slow. One of the biggest lessons I learned from the Ming game is the average ImpDip game takes about 10 years. After the first year, I'll be at roughly 30 dots. That means I need 34 more for victory. And usually growth is exponential, like you do gain more in the later, but that means I need to average about 3.5 dots a year to be on pace to be in the conversation. And I think I'm +3 this year and like +2 next year. And so I start to get really just concerned that like I see that you have some dots you could take off me, and Spain has some dots they could take off me like immediately. And then Netherlands, we are working together on Congo, but Netherlands could also be looking. And so like I'm worried about getting cut out. And I know all 4 of you, or at least I know you, are also thinking about who's the next colonial that we're gonna be looking at antagonizing. And the weakest one is definitely being the weakest one. I'm definitely concerned about that. I feel slightly better about you because of India, but Spain and Netherlands. Spain is the one I'm probably most worried about attacking me at this point.
Yeah, Spain was just it was generally quite passive play, I would say. They took the easy growth when it was there, but like so that they wind up jumping in on France and taking Marseille when we basically laid it out for them. It's like free dot, go get it. Just because France had no units, but they didn't, and they went in with you guys on Aymara, and they fight Ottomans. But I don't think they're like fighting anyone in the Caribbean or Europe, or sorry, North America. I'm like, what are they doing with their units there?
Yeah, they had this dot free last fall. Remember, this was the unit that bounced me in SAO, and I asked if, hey, are you taking this dot? And they said no. But that would have been a good, decent attack, right? You take this, you build army here, you start moving in, and you see I'm getting strong here with slowly whittling this area down. That would have been a perfectly valid attack. Probably would have come to you and said, where else can you get? Yeah. Rabats, yeah, they'll take Rabat. Like, this was the area I was most concerned at the time. And then, yeah, team up with Dutch, swap Madeira, keep pushing down against me, Ayamara. But I agree, they were just more passive than I thought, and thank goodness, because there are moments where you're weaker than other moments, and this one, in these couple of years, I definitely felt weak against Spain if they were looking to me for growth. And I don't even build here. We're in the builds, because if they didn't take it then, I doubt they're going to be looking to take it now. I only had +3, which really sucks as far as where you're going to place them. And I decided to double down in this area. I feel good about Ajuran. We're going to be attacking Congo. So I build the army here to force to paint, this Kalahari area. Congo was really scrambling here because they had gotten attacked by almost everyone, or at least they weren't getting any help offered. So they disband Benguela as a peace offering to me. They come to me and they say, hey, you can have it. I can't defend it. Just don't go any further, please. And I'm like, well, honestly, I almost can truthfully agree to that, because about this time I watch Zach's Congo AAR, and a lesson that I took from it was, hey, I am the colonial. If I'm going to team up with a regional for real, I need to be offering them the majority of dots in the area. Because if you think about it, splitting it 50-50 just really doesn't work for the regional. And
yeah.
So the biggest 2 people, and this happens till basically through the end of the game almost, is I say this to Mapuche and Ajuran. Mapuche, I'm very poetic, and I say, I imagine a great gray boulder of South America with a little bit of moss on it, a little bit of green moss. And then Ajuran, yeah, I'm basically agreeing to give them everything in Congo except Benguela. Like, I'm going to give them everything else. Because if they get everything else and they actually keep moving that way, I'm thrilled. I'm fine with that. I'll go find the growth elsewhere. I don't have to defend this area as much as long as they keep moving that way. And then same here, that it's going to take a little longer to see that materialize because they're still vassalizing Guarani, basically. But that was a big thing for me after watching that video, and for the rest of this game is how do I pitch an alliance with a regional that actually works versus works for a year or two and then I get stabbed. So that was always my goal.
Works out pretty well for you, yeah.
Yeah, and I love doing group. I mean, group impunities is really what I'm aiming for. The solo is lovely if it happens, but man, it's a lot more pressure and than I really want. So I am quite happy to go along, and as long as I'm in the victory circle, I don't really care who's there or how it happens. So that's and luckily I have enough game history, and I do these YouTube videos where people do see like, yes, that is generally his style of play, and I think that helps a bit. Trimmer had just saw me do that or try to do it in my Ming game, the alliances I was working out. So that was the idea. But anything for builds for you?
No, I think 6 was slightly over what I expected to be, so choices to make. I just put it down in the obvious places and rolled into the next year. France, I think they made one pitch to, hey, let's fight Inuit together, and I was like, sure, yeah, let's do that. And then they were like, great, and like that was the extent of the conversation, and I just like, rolling my eyes. I don't know. If you want me to actually work with you, I need a fair bit of conversation. So I think Poland thought that we were decent allies because, hey, we just worked together. But in my head, I'm like, we spent like 8 lines of text to each other. And I mean, we did it, but like that's not a relationship to me. So in my head, I'm like, great. I've eliminated one of the hostile fleets in the area, the French ones. They disbanded down there too. Now I just turn on the Poland one. And here I pitched it. So Netherlands and I had agreed to split the Cap Haitian Saint Domingo, the 2 French dots there. But here I'm just like, hey, can I have both of those? And instead I will help you into Barbados and you call it. And they agreed. And I'm like, that is such a good deal for me to have the consolidated position in the middle, and I towards taking out Puerto Rico and St. Martin later. It's just another example of the Netherlands being really accommodating. I mean, hey, they're like top 3 on the board. I didn't leave them wrong, but it definitely helped me.
Yeah, I would have wanted to swap, right? Because I being in the middle never good, right? Like let's establish some kind of actual border versus if they give up these 2, they're just sandwiched here.
Yeah,
and that's just not good. So yeah, I would have tried to swap, say, yeah, you can have both of these. I would want something over here, and then we can work this way together. Yeah.
So I think the plan was like we do have pretty much Barbados guaranteed. I'm going to support them in Motor Passage, and then I think go to Guyana Current or St. Lucia, and then I'll support them in Barbados.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all our moves in the Caribbean completely agreed. Works great. Same as all our moves in NA. Coordinating perfectly. And yeah, that's all great.
It's funny you said, oh, I had a few more builds than I thought. In my head, I'm like, every time we would be in a fall and we were like, I think I'm going +4 this year. Oh, I'm going +5. I'm like, I just need to add 2 or 3 to that number because England always somehow gets more builds than they think they're going to get.
I would target all the dots, but then go, I'm not going to get all of them. In my head, I think I was always quite pessimistic about what everyone would do their most optimal moveset against me, and it never quite came out that way. So yeah, I did always get a little bit more. Honestly, it was more than I thought it would. Those were my. I was like, yeah, this is my best guess estimate, but that was generally quite under.
That's why I tried to do those like percentage chances and do like, well, your average dot gain should be this with a standard deviation because, man, it just always seemed like it was higher. And even when I was trying to do that math, it always ended up higher. I was like, that's amazing. But
yeah,
that's all. Yeah,
I think it was about now I start planning against Inuit. I'm like, France is they're neutered. What's the next war? It's going to be this strong Inuit as because they're going to mop up the rest of Athabasca. And so I just start looking towards how can I get the jump on them. I know it's going to be a slog, but it didn't bother me that it would be a slog. So I knew I would still be getting enough growth elsewhere to support that, and I figured I would be able to get Ute or someone in Asia on board, and then eventually Inuit would topple. I didn't need it to be fast. I was at add growth elsewhere. I just didn't want them to get the jump on me.
Yeah. And that's good play, right? Like if you've been working with someone, you don't want to wait until the middle power or whoever you're working against is completely gone. You want to start planning what are you going to do? Where should their units be if you're going to keep working together? Like where are we looking next? Or if you're planning on moving in on them, this is the time to start planning, not when the final France dot is gone here. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a loose conversation between me and Ute about like, me and Ute will fight Spain, Inuit can focus on Asia, and I don't know how if either of those two thought that was realistic, but in my head I just immediately dismissed it. No way that Inuit is gonna be happy with an arrangement where they have no further growth in North America. After we mop up the minor powers around.
True.
I was just like, and in my head, I thought Inuit and Ute were closer together than I was with Ute. I didn't look at fighting Ute myself, but I wanted Ute to fight Inuit, and so it's just like, I don't think this trio is going to work. I don't want the two of them to turn on me, so I want to get the jump on Inuit. Ute's starting to push me to fight Spain, but I was just like, not just yet. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Inuit didn't get the jump on me because, again, I thought they were quite a slippery player. And I was just like, I don't want to be on the wrong end of them landing a stab, which I thought was pretty much inevitable. And I think what would have been, I think they would have stabbed me, but doesn't matter. I get there first.
Well, let's see what you do with your spring moves then. All right.
So Newfoundland, we'd agreed to DMZs, flip in, and then I sell that to them as like, oh, it's just to help contain France. And then the other one was I slip into Greenland Sea with Iceland, which I tell them was, oh, Russia agreed to bounce me, but then did it.
I also
don't know why they did
that.
that.
Yeah, I also did that line in this completely separate situation, but oh, I thought I was getting bounced. Sorry, I really did.
Yeah. So they in the post game they say that they basically, well, if England stabs me, they stab me. As many fleets as they probably needed. But at the time, they didn't really push back on either of these two moves. They're just like, oh, why are you here? I gave them the answer, and they went, okay. And I'm like, great. Otherwise, continue to mop up France. Continue to coordinate perfectly with Netherlands. So we're cleaning up Poland and the Caribbean. I'm like, the Caribbean, just every turn, I'm just gaining dots with no real effort. Yeah, so I'm going to support them to Barbados. I'm going to get both Carpathian and Saint Domingo here. It's great. In Africa, I'm happy being on my 4 dots. I'm talking to you in Dutch, be like, I'll support you into wherever you want to go. No worries. Happy to help.
I just thought, I don't know the rules. Does tapping your own core break it? I've never thought about that.
I don't know. Yeah, so those. I just didn't want to leave Gulf of Honduras and leave Belize open to Spain. So these 3 units just hang around doing stupid stuff.
Okay.
For like 3 years. I didn't want to fight Spain, but I didn't want to leave the area. So we're just tapping cores and doing half cores and then tapping each other. It's just stuff like that.
We're just testing out the game mechanics, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, Spain is just like, what do you want me to do with Havana? I'm like, just tap Barraco. And like, then I core and tap myself. Like, that was all. We knew what each other were doing there. They were, again, being super friendly. I asked them, hey, can you support me into Cherokee? They're like, yeah, no worries. I'm like, okay, great.
This looks like a paint move.
I thought they... yeah, I think that... no, that was where... I think we're forcing Cherokee back. We didn't. They agreed to support me to Cherokee. Don't know why. They've got 2 units. I've got 1, but they. I'm like, can I have Cherokee? They're like, yes. I'm like, great.
Oh, it prevents the retreat. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That must be nice.
Yeah, it was. I didn't think I had any rightful claim to Cherokee, particularly considering Spain not getting any like. Look, they're being passive with Ute as well. I thought they would at least insist on Cherokee. Didn't. They were quite happy doing basically nothing in North America for the first couple of years.
Yeah, I mean they're working on IMRA down here. Like this is a war, but then you're right. Like everywhere else, I think they finally do go in on France because I guess everyone else was. But
yeah,
typical med stuff. And they do just kind of hang out around here too. They have a to be fair, Philippines are amazingly defensive in this current map arrangement, but they never really were pushing into Asia. Either they weren't bothering Indonesia really. I don't. A very passive play, I guess, is the long story.
Yeah. Tokugawa and Qing both stabbed each other. I'm like, what are you guys doing? You're supposed to be fighting Inuit.
Oh, this is the turn. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Qing built fleets, and that was just okay, they're fighting now. And I was like, ah, damn it.
Yeah.
I had a really good relationship with Qing. They were one of the 2 players in my time zone. So them and you, I was talking to Qing quite a bit. And I was just like, can you please kill Ming faster and come help me against Mongols, or can you like pressure Inuit? And they're like, I would love to do both these things, but I got to deal with Tokugawa first. So
yeah, I think they could have kept working together. I mean, if you have a Ming that everyone has agreed to beat up on, this alliance can work great. It really can. I think that was a good idea to try to keep them together, but probably just good press from Inuit to split it up.
Yeah. And like I was getting along with Tokugawa almost as well as getting with Qing. I was just like, what's going on? Tell me. Like the relationship's broken down, and they were both telling me the same thing, and I was like, why has this happened? And it turns out it was just Inuit messing around.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn it, Inuit! I knew you were a savvy player. This is why I didn't want to. That's why I want you dead.
Yeah, I had to thank in my head Inuit. I guess I can thank him here. Thank you for keeping England somewhat in check for a good chunk of the game. I never really looked that closely up here or understood the North America dynamics, beyond just a cursory glance. But reading their void and and your void afterwards, I was like, okay, actually, Inuit was doing some heavy lifting I was unaware of.
Yeah, without them, yeah.
We basically only pressed. Yeah, we only pressed like a few times. Anytime I was in NAO, I usually got a message like, "Hey, you wanna help against England?" I was like, "No, I'm good, thank you." But
I mean, moves around India were just a slog. Things will go back and forth continuously. I think we've got a couple extra units here. We're able to force them back, but again, just no help from the north yet, so it just doesn't really go anywhere.
No, again, you want to go to a place that I really don't want you to, but I begrudgingly say yes, and that's Paliakar this phase. And hey, look, you built another fleet, and you're still in Gulf of Mannar. How amazing is that?
Yeah. I don't know why I wanted to go to Paliakar. I think I wanted to go to Raichur. I don't know. I think it was Paliakar to...
I'm sure you had a good reason.
I'll go there. That's right. I'll go there, and then I will convoy to a... I don't know why I couldn't convoy from Penaroo, but but I was... Yeah, that's why I told you. I'm going to convoy... Oh, that's because you'd built Army Cochin. That's why. I'm going to go Paliakar because you'd built Army Cochin. And then once you move up, I will then convoy away. That's what the argument was.
Yeah, great. Yep. And again, I was like, well, we're in like a very heavy war here. If they want to attack me, okay. But I had in my notes, I only have like 2 things in my notes for my actual moves. One is love convoys. Convoys are so much fun. This is making more peace with Ajuran, trying to encourage them to attack Congo. So I'm like, hey, I'll take an army off. I'll go over here. You give up Madagascar. I'll give up most of Congo. They agree to everything, and I think this was an honest misorder, but, any misorder in a game, you're very suspicious that they don't push forward. But it doesn't really help them. Like, it wasn't a misorder that, threatened me more. So this is probably we'll see towards the end of the game, but Ajuran is not growing fast enough and not taking care of these regional... I am trying to give them as much space as I can for them to attack Congo now, Abyssinia later, and they just lost a whole phase. And if you think about it, 10 years average game, you only get 20 moves with your units. You've just lost 5% of your entire game power right here by not trying to advance and trying to do something. So I don't know, maybe that's too stats nerdy, but that's how I think about it. Is if you mess up, like if you miss a guess or something, okay, you tried, but that's unfortunate. But this is like self-sabotage almost. But I get the army off. I love. It happened in my Abyssinia game too. Having an army in Madagascar is amazing. You go sit in Bara, and you have an extra unit on the entire island, basically. And that will never get really disbanded. You can almost always retreat somewhere, and it can support every dot, every non-dot, I mean, it's just really nice. So not only does it help the relationship here, but it also protects this island very well. So I'm always looking for places where I can have less units than centers safely. Same thing with you here. You mentioned earlier, you're like 4 dots, 3 units. You love it.
Yep.
So here I'm thinking the fleets are going to be here doing other stuff anyways, but like 1.5, 2 units can protect these 3 dots pretty easily, and it improves relations. So that was Ayutthaya subs out here. The new Ayutthaya tries to start working with me and Mughals against Ming. So this fleet continues to survive somehow. And Spain actually goes to SAO, which, okay. But reading your Void, I did see that I almost apparently got stabbed here. Can you explain what was going on?
Do you want to show the clean map? Do you want to show the spring clean
spring
map?
retreats, basically? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, at this point, I'm assessing who's my next fight. France is dead. There's still 2 or 3 dots to go, but the rest of my units need to do something. And I have a pretty clean +4 or 5 stab on you here. So there's Ulatla, Niani, Maldives, Cochin, and Azores.
Oh yeah, Azores, yeah.
Because I got 2 on that too.
Yep.
And you're not covering any of those dots. All your units around, other than the ones around Azores, are committed to doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, I don't really want to stab Portugal. They're not my first choice. I like working with them. I need them in India to have like a stable border there. But a +5 stab is a very good stab.
Yep.
And so I start sussing out with the Netherlands. Hey, who do we want to fight next? And they're like, I kind of want to fight Spain. But I'm like, I could stab Netherlands for like 5 here. And I'll get them on board with it. Again, they're just saying yes to anything I say. I am a little bit sus though, because I know that you and them get along well too. Are they going to like it? It's just, I'm not a very experienced player. I get quite nervous about this stab. But I commit to it. I put the moves in. The moves are in.
Oh lord.
Then Safavids come to me and go, hey, have you noticed you have a +5 stab on Portugal here? I'm like, what? No. Nah, I don't think I will. And like tell them to like stuff off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looping them in. I don't trust them at all. They're a very savvy player as well. But it heightens the risk factor in my mind. I'm like, oh, I don't like that someone else has noticed this. Then I get a message from you being like, hey, Safavids has said that you're stabbing me for +5. I don't know why. Like, I don't believe them that that's happened, but I see that is an available option. Please don't stab me. And I'm just like, oh. Now he knows about it. Like, maybe he won't do the moves he's told me he's going to do. Maybe he's going to cover some of these. Because I'm not supporting myself into any of these dots. They're all just like 1 dot. They're all just pokes. If you commit a unit to bouncing, you could like sacrifice your progress against the Mughals and whatever to cover these dots for the phase if you wanted to.
I can protect 4
so
of them. Yep.
Yeah, and so I bailed out, and I'm like, I go to the Netherlands. I'm like, this whole thing with the Safavids has raised the risk factor too far for me. Let's not do that. And they're like, okay, so let's stab Spain. I'm like, I've already committed to stabbing Inuit here. I'm like, I don't want to stab Spain right now. I'll fight them with you next year, but you can stab them now. They're like, great. So Netherlands do a 1 dot stab for Japura, which just oh, like Spain's like, what the hell are you doing? But I'm like Netherlands again, just absolute champ and doing whatever I want them to do. Pivots from a full stab on Portugal, where I think they were doing a 1 dot stab on you as well, and committing to fight you next year. But into a 1 dot stab on Portugal with me doing nothing to support this year, but them like having the promise of me supporting them next year. Instead, I just stab Inuit instead. After a very stressful phase, but yeah, the moves like yeah, it was like 12 hours before the end of the phase. I took the moves out. They had been in. There might have been an extension or something by a 1 day as well, which helped sort this out. But yeah, it was you very nearly got shafted.
And from my side, I also didn't believe Like, I really didn't believe Safavid, right? If they come, I'm like, yeah, of course you're doing that. You just finally taken over both these dots. You're trying to introduce tension between me and England here. I get that. I don't believe you. And I don't protect any of this. Because in my mind, this is so important that we don't attack each other here, especially with Mughals committing so, like, Mughals is very focused on keeping us contained and doing a great job of it. Like we have taken 2.5 years. You want to talk about unit efficiency, and we've made zero progress.
You've made Kandash, and we still don't have Bijapur. Like what? That's it.
So amazing work. So I'm like, no, there's no way he stabs me, because he knows he'll just eventually, maybe he can use the gains he gets to. I don't even think you may not even be able to reinforce this, but you could use it elsewhere. But I just don't think you do that. I am worried about this. You've run out of room to grow without really going after me or Dutch. I know this, and my message is, I do pride myself in my press, and I'm pointing out, I see this, I understand, this is a problem. I'm trying to, maybe we can go into North Africa, maybe we can, I don't know. I don't have much to offer you here, and I know it. And I know that's a problem. So, and I need another year, a year to take up these final two. And you know that too. And where am I going after I finish those two? So this is tension, unfortunately. But I'm like, no, this is so important. He won't do that for sure. And so I ignore what Safavid said. You don't stab this year. And I'm like, great, we're solid. Yeah, he gets it too. He understands.
Yeah, and I think at that point next year, I'm like, hey, can I go into Raichu? We need to press Mughals, and you're like, I've clearly proven myself trustworthy. I haven't stabbed you for +5, and so you let me go into Raichu.
Yep.
And at that point, like, yeah, we see what happens next year. But yeah, I was definitely aware that Africa, you're about to mop them up. Congo and Ottoman's about to get mopped up too. I'm just stuck between two of you. I'm the meat in this sandwich. I'm vulnerable here. I'm out of growth here. Yeah, that was definitely something I did heavily consider stabbing you.
Yep.
But it was just, yeah, your fleets would have been a real nuisance around an AO. It's too much to cover there.
True. Yeah.
It wasn't something I was fully sold on. Just because I was committed to stabbing Inuit too. I'm like, even I could not stab Inuit and like just stab you, but then Inuit stabs me. I thought was certain. I was like, I have to stab Inuit here.
Yeah, and then I start talking with Inuit a lot more, right? If you stab me, even if you didn't stab Inuit, I'm like, okay, England has stabbed me. Who can I get friendly? And that would be my first target for sure. Is like, hey, I've given up NAO. I was happy England controlling this, but if England's going to attack me, then yeah, we need to start playing into this area. And probably focus less here and start moving things up. No.
Yep. So yeah, let's see the full moves.
No, I do cover one of them. Oh, but that wasn't.
No,
it wasn't a real cover.
The only one you covered was Azores.
Oh, I did. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can finish off your thoughts with the fall moves.
So I slip into Arctic Ocean from Greenland Sea.
I love this connection. Yeah.
Yeah. So Inuit was expecting me to help them retake Nascapi from France. I did not do that. Instead, I slipped to Arctic. I move up into Atikamu. So I'm claiming the last French dots for myself, not getting them anything. Slip into that St. Lawrence there as well. Like I'm positioning to take all of these dots.
That's a good stab.
Yeah, I don't get any dots from them. And they're still gaining because they're gaining on Athabasca. Like it's not really a good stab if they still go positive this year.
True. Don't stab into builds. That's a cardinal rule.
And like I did stab them for any dots. Like I slipped into Frederick Sharp as well, but it's just I didn't need to make fast progress on them. I just needed to slow them down and keep them, and I do absolutely manage that.
And remove their stab potential, right? It's like they're on the defensive now, so.
Yeah. Otherwise, Caribbean's still mopping stuff up. Everything went perfectly planned here. Poland gets eliminated. France gets eliminated. It's just me, Netherlands, and Spain now.
Yep.
In Africa, I just like I do one of those friendly, unfriendly cores, which you were so.
Yeah, but it was
just going, hey.
It was far enough away. I was like, oh, okay, whatever.
I mean, I could have called all three of those units. So I'm just like, no, I'll just call. I wanted a second core in the area, just as core mentions, like can be sniped or can be forced for me to cover it, and then I just can't do anything. I'm like, I need a second core. I thought it was a reasonable defensive request, and you were both happy with me doing that. It's probably worth looking back up at Sweden. I haven't really spoken about them much. Our DMZ is held this whole time of all the seas. They're making decent gains on Poland with a bit of help from Russia. Austria has actually done reasonably well here. I think mainly because Poland and France really exposed themselves as early targets, which enabled them to sort of survive. And Ottomans did well early, but then they just got collapsed in on from all sides. So Austria starts to sort of, I guess, grow out from this position, but they're a little slow to get started and a little slow to do so. India is, I think I've committed to moving away from. I'm not stabbing you, so I do start swinging my way over to try to take Andaman Islands, next dot in the region, but. Yeah, that area is just an absolute slog the whole game.
Oh, this is the other reason that I'm less concerned about you. You finally get out of Manar, so like, okay, like, and you move out of Paliakar. Like, you do very friendly moves to me ultimately this phase, and so just like Safavid building that army early on is, I probably count for that. Like, I reset my brain too much as far as, okay, they're friendly. Like, I don't have to worry about it for another couple phases or something.
Yeah.
And we're making progress. We're actually doing something here. Like we're getting up. We got a Medabad. Like we are pushing Mughals back slowly.
Yeah. Ming's. I think this is the Ming Expeditionary Army begins at about this time, and Qing is, yeah, Qing's making progress on Tokugawa, and yeah, Ming's falling apart. Oh, is this where Ayutthaya? No, commits?
Yes, I have that in my notes.
Okay, yeah. So Ayutthaya had kind of told us that they would go in against me, and they told me they would support me to Andaman. Now I wasn't like fully sold on it, but like if it's not the end of the world if it's the new sub. And then as soon as moves come in, they basically send me a like, hey, I told you I was an alliance player. I'll have my one ride or die, and like it's Mughals. I'm like, I had no idea that was the case, but thank you for telling me that now, because yeah, obviously I'm never going to trust you again. I'm going to go tell everyone else not to trust you, because clearly you will never stab the Mughals, because you've told me that. So I'm telling all their neighbors immediately, don't trust Ayutthaya. I thought Ayutthaya was all of a sudden in a super strong position here, because Mughals are locked in a death war. They're not going to stab them. That means Ayutthaya can cover every other front and not worry about the Mughals. So I actually thought Ayutthaya was in a really strong position with a locked-in ally who would never stab them. Yeah, funny, I know, considering what happens. But at this point, yeah, I'm considering Ayutthaya as one of the more likely to be successful regionals, along with Mapuche, Ute, and Qing, who I think are probably the regionals in the best positions.
Yeah, Ayutthaya lies to me here too. I don't know why this was so hard. all I asked for was Hanoi to support. Like, just keep me around. I will be helpful. I promise. I need your support this phase, so I'm not eliminated. I will disband this fleet, of course, and I'll be gone. And they just, I don't know why this was so hard. To either say, no, I think it's better if you're eliminated, I'm not going to help you, or yes, I will help you. Like, either decision would have been fine. Like, it's not like I guess if they say no, I'm not gonna help you, I guess then I go to Ming. Yeah, right. I mean, we've seen Ming play so far. Do you really think I'm gonna go to Ming and offer support to Hanoi? No. But I guess that's what they were concerned about. So we went back and forth and finally said, this is the order I'm putting in, do what you want. And they move out of the dot so that I can retreat into it. And then they come to me with the same thing. They're like, I'm hard allying the Mughals. Mughals and I will never fight. And I just say, well, okay, have fun growing slower, I guess. I mean, because I was also trying to encourage them to, hey, you see this, you see how preoccupied they are. I think you will have these 3 dots pretty easily. Like, they could have taken Kolkata here this turn. No problem.
Yeah.
And then I think could have, they're in Bamo, so like, and they could have taken...
Yeah, that was an agreed handover, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As part of cementing their alliance. But it was...
Oh, they come to me and they say...
By all means, hard ally the Mughals. But
please,
don't tell everyone you're hard allying the Mughals.
Yeah, make it... I mean, even like do a little fake war or something like this. Introduce something. But they come to me and they're like, you're not going to retreat to Hanoi, are you? I said, you're dang right I'm going to retreat to Hanoi. So... my other stuff is more Ajuran cooperation. They actually make moves. Very, very strong anti-Congo moves. I think a turn too late, but they're going. And this is an agreed fleet disband. So after I got the army off, which is less threat to their continental ambitions, they agree to get this fleet blown up, and we're establishing a nice little DMZ, or at least cooperation, right? Love getting these guesses right. Figured France would cover. Thank you for the dot. And yeah, everything works out pretty well there. Finally get Cape Coe, get the free Benguela. Still
Netherlands 1 dot Spain for Japura.
Yes. Okay, sure, why not? And this is the turn I blast around the map, because my issue with Mapuche is I know they're a very good player. At this point, I've realized they are propping up the other 2 regionals in a very calculated way where they can slowly be the one to eat their dots. Like, they forced Aymara up here, or they've worked with Aymara. They've made enough... You can go back and look at the moves. They've made enough promises to Aymara where they didn't take dot, like 1 dot where they could, that Aymara has focused their defense north. And now they're slipping in the back. And they did the same with Guarani, where Guarani was focused all on me. And this is where Guarani finally says, hey, give me moves, basically. And I'm like, okay, well, if you want moves, would you mind just moving out of here? Thank you. And letting me move forward. I appreciate it. And I'm working with Mapuche. And Mapuche says they're going to use Charrua to support me to... this is the split, agreed split. I would get Chirpa, Membwai, and Kaipera, and they would get everything else, and then I help them with Aymara. They get all of Aymara. I'm not going any further. And we've gone back and forth. I had given them Gulu when I had 2 and they only had 1. We're kind of in a holding pattern here, and I totally understand why. Mapuche sees that the Dutch and I are working together, and rightly says in their void, they're like, where did these fleets go? If they're not attacking me. And that was the plan. But with what we're doing in South America, I'm kind of flouncing around here.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think I go to Banda C. So the first time I'm even within a move of Dutch dots, and there was some reason why. To deal with...
Oh, it's a map paint. It's a map paint.
It's a map paint, probably. So they don't double support me here. And I blast them. I go to you. I go to everyone who will listen, and most people who won't. I'm like, Mapuche's a snake. They are, they're. I can't trust them to do anything. I want to work with them because I've offered up this, gray South America, but they won't even keep to these simple agreements. I gave them Gulu, and I was just a bit tilted, honestly. But my other goal with that conversation, or with that press, is to try to get anyone else interested in attacking Mapuche, because there's not a lot. Spain is going to focus on Aymara and not mess with Mapuche.
And now Netherlands.
And now the Netherlands, right? So they're not going to be attacking Mapuche. And then there's no one else around. Like, there's just... okay, Guarani. But Guarani will just do whatever. Guarani is not a...
You don't have a good relationship with them.
No, I don't. So right at this exact point, I do. They are making the moves that I suggested. And part of that was getting me 1 dot and later some more. But I didn't feel like they were going to be a real worthwhile ally. Thankfully, after this, we managed to patch things up. They did really this was an accidental misorder where they were pretty sad about it in their void. They're like, oh my god, I may have just ruined the whole relationship with Portugal by basically lying to him here, and I didn't mean to. But this is like a low point of the Mapuche relations, as I've had to deal with them vassalizing these two or directing these two to some degree, and I realize that they're just getting most of the gains. And yeah, that's all my fall 1644 thoughts. Oh,
yeah,
sorry. And Warwick cores. So they're starting a core. That's the other problem.
Which you do not like?
I do not like that. Plus the lie, I'm very concerned. So those two things together really bother me.
Yeah. The other thing about cores, which I really noticed this game, is that it is so much better to start a core in fall than spring.
Yep.
Because in terms of when you can build in that spot, it is still the end of the following year, because you have to finish the core and then move out of the... Anyway, so coring in spring doesn't let you build there any faster. But a core in fall means you can finish the core and then build in the same year.
That's excellent advice. That is, yeah, I do try to do fall spring cores because of that very reason. Oh, sorry, I have to get one more thing off my chest about Mapuche, and I promise this is it. After all of this, so they've been feeding Guarani moves for 2 or 3 turns. This is the first turn that I get to... Guarani does exactly what I tell him to do. And they have the gall to come to me and say, hey, sorry about that missed support, but I got Guarani to move at a Kaipara for you. And, oh, I was so livid. I'm like, no, you didn't. I know. I gave them that move. Like, to be caught in a blatant lie like that, yeah, relations are at an all-time low here. And, yeah, I was very tilted. That was part of the reason I went on blast around the world, was one, try to find some ally or someone who also didn't like Mapuche. I could, like, if anyone in South Atlantic Ocean wanted to help me, I'd probably be asking for help slipping back here. And no one seemed interested. So we, even with a blatant lie that I could catch them in without even like having to double check with someone else, like I know it was a lie personally. Anyway,
yeah, I was definitely, I was warning you. You need to look out for Mapuche. Like, I was talking to them a fair bit. And I was like, their position is going to lead them straight into you in the next year or two. I thought.
Yep.
So I think you did a good job managing that relationship and Adrian too. I wasn't privy to your conversations, but I just thought, yeah, they're going to be a problem for you here soon. And I was honestly kind of counting on it. I liked having, I like it when other people are fighting my allies, just because then they're not looking at stabbing me. But didn't quite come out that way.
Cool. So do you have anything else for the fall of this year?
No. Can we see what the build tally is?
Yes. No retreats really matter. Oh, except I retreated to Hanoi, of course. The fleet lives another day somehow. Congo's making an escape to bother the Dutch, really, because the Dutch attacked them, and that's about it.
Oh, no, that Guarani fleet in Leeward, they make an escape, and I was so pissed off about this fleet. Like, what are you doing here? So they come to me and they're like, hey, just let me live. I'll do whatever you tell me to. It actually wound up being quite useful because I go to the Netherlands and be like, hey, so we're fighting Spain here, and one of the reasons why I'd kind of been more inclined to fight you, not to fight Spain, was I was like, I don't think I really get much. I think I get Saint Augustine, Varna, and so Netherlands effectively went. We kind of agreed that they would give me Puerto Rico and Saint Martin, in exchange for me helping them into New Courland and then basically the entire South America. That like that would be what I would get out of it eventually. Not immediately, but eventually they were kind of on board with that. But I was like, hey, I can defend your dots here in St. Martin and Puerto Rico from Guarani, but I'm going to wind up taking one. And they're like, yeah, no worries. Like, I can. So I tell Guarani, yeah, just go to St. Martin. You can live there, no worries. But I'm just like, I'm just going to pop this unit. And like, I get to take both the Netherlands dots as well. Like, this is just like the perfect excuse. I don't know why they're on board with it. Netherlands always says yes. The best ally ever.
Yep, I agree. Great ally.
Yeah.
To be fair, I suggested to Guarani that they disband that fleet as part of me telling them what to do down here at this point. They said no, they want to we'll have fun. I said, well, I don't mind you somewhat slowing down people up there. That's fine with me.
It didn't slow me down at all. It gave me an excuse to take more dots.
God dang it. You were looking for builds. I can give that now. Wow, plus 4. Not bad.
Yeah, so Spain got 1 dotted and they're still +4. It was just, yeah. So they've come to me and like, what the hell was this stab by Netherlands? Do you want to fight them? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely, I'll fight Netherlands. I've just finished fighting France. I'm looking for someone else to stab. Netherlands are an incredibly obvious target for England to fight. I've got the advantage on them in Caribbean. I've got the advantage on them in North America. I've even got the advantage on them in Europe. Like, I'm kind of weak to them. I got the advantage on them in Ceylon. Like, there's so many easy places to fight them. It was a really easy thing to say to tell Spain. And so, yeah, I tell Spain, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to fight Netherlands, but I just have such a good relationship with the Netherlands. I'm not stabbing them. I'm stabbing Spain.
Yep. That makes sense. I wasn't worried about you stabbing me partially because of that, because I'm like, well, the Dutch are the natural target. I mean, he knows that I won't put pressure on him in West Africa. If he moves on Dutch here, I probably, unless Dutch makes a really good pitch, he'll clean up over here. They can fight in Europe for all I care. And that was one of the reasons I was, again, just pretty between not taking the +5 and then going into this year, I was like, I should not be high on his list as far as priorities. I thought, okay, he's consolidating the Caribbean. He's moved down to a border with Spain. Maybe North America is where he looks next. And I think we have some conversation where I look next here as well. And I know this is going to be an issue. And so I tell you, like, okay, I'll go in on Spain as well. Like, why not? I try to do it in a way that doesn't alarm Spain with army and West Africa and just one fleet. They are not misdirected at all. They know this is coming completely. But yeah, that was kind of my thought. Is I'll help them with other, or I think we can still stay allied because there are other dots to be taken. Yep.
Yeah. So the 3 of us are working pretty tightly at this stage, and it's just working quite well. We're 3 of the top 4 slots on the board, and we're soon to be the clear top 3.
And you can see how that, like, the whole colonial threat, like, my favorite acronyms were ESPN. ESPN was a very good quad alliance, and then once we start attacking Spain, it becomes the PEN alliance: Portugal, England, Netherlands, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, Inuit tried to weasel their way in early when we were in France, and I was like, great, we're the penis alliance now.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
But yeah, no, I never really considered Inuit a tight ally, and Spain was always on the outer of the 4 of us just because they did the least press. But again, they moved so far, I've been so friendly, but it's just that time I have a better working relationship with the Netherlands. I've really good working relationship with you, and
I'd effectively ruled out the stabbing Portugal option in my mind. I was like, if I'm not stabbing them for +5, I'm not. And you'd seen me do that, so you had a high degree of trust in me.
Yep.
You're finally making progress in India. You're not going to stab me. So
yeah, we're doing good. I'm going to get 2 more dots, and I guess I should have been concerned you weren't growing, but I think I offer Hyderabad this year because I'm like,
yeah, you do.
You're not growing, yeah.
Yeah, so you let me to move to Raichur and then set up Hyderabad helps press up, and then I backfill, and I'm like, yeah, this is all fine.
Yeah.
Fine with me. We're working together really well. Turns out everyone was right to worry about the top 3 colonials working really closely together. Top 4, we did quite well.
Well, this will be a fun year. My builds are anti-Mapuche, of course. After the lie, the mist support, and the Warwick core, I put a fleet here, and then I build a fleet in Indonesia as well, doing whatever I can to defend against what I assume is going to be a big attack. I commit against Spain with the other 2 builds, as what I discussed. So, and what I also do this winter is I offer a swap. Dutch are still supposed to get Fort Dauphin, right? Because they helped somewhat down here. And I say, no, I want the whole island. It doesn't really make sense for you to sit here on this 1 dot. I'll give you Nokugo. And here's another instance, just like Ajuran, I gave Burundi. I said, no, let's swap, and I want to widen their border with Aymara at first, and then hopefully, eventually, it looks like with Mapuche as well. So I'm trying to decrease the border so we have less tension, and then also point them somewhere else. And dot swaps
are a terrible deal. They're fighting Spain. They can't pull a unit away from Technokuga.
Well,
and, you probably knew that, I'm guessing.
I kind of knew that. I was genuine in offering it to them. You'll see. I think they get kicked out of Madeira, and they don't even retreat there. Like, they retreat away. Like, they're just so nice. And in all, we'll see it. But in all of this, I get Fort Dauphin as well. I'm like, this is the best ally to have. It's amazing.
They're awesome. We should take a moment to talk about my relationship with France. So it's it's terrible. Okay, like I still try to keep talking to them even though they've been stabbed. Like, they don't put a press like blitz on me to like turn any other way. Like, they tried once. Hey, do you want to fight Inuit? I'm like, sure, and then don't because that wasn't really anything. But I'm like, hey, if your goal is to survive, I will give you a dot to survive on, but I need these ones here. So if you like do the moves I give you, like push into Inuit, I will let you live in an Inuit dot. I'll put you in Greenland. You can live there on 1 dot. And they were just like, they pushed back so hard. I'm like, is your goal to survive, or your goal to like? They wanted to live on their dots there and have me go around them. I'm like, I'm never letting you live inside me. So
no,
I was like, you can be my like rolling front lines. Push your units ahead of me. You could take dots. Like, I will take your dots behind you. And they're like, I'm not throwing to you. I'm like, I'm not asking you to throw to me. I was being genuine. Like, if you want to live, do these things. But they just kept saying no. And at one point, I sent them a message, and their response is, "Can you not?" I'm like, "What? Talk to you?" And they're like, "Yes." Like,
wow.
This bridge is gone. There is nothing there. This relationship is nothing. And so I'm like, okay, well, I've got to just wipe them off. Yep. However, for some reason, they wound up in Niscapi last year. Like, the moves they've been doing have been more pro me and anti Inuit, and like their guesses have been working as Inuit, not me. So I've wound up getting most of the gains, and it's worked out quite well. But I have no relationship with France. I have no idea why they haven't just gone to Inuit. Hey, I'll fight England. I hate England. I'll do whatever you say. But they haven't done that either. So I'm just.
I think
like, whatever, but
they had problems working with everyone, is what it seemed like.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to. I mean, different play styles, different things happening in life, whatever. I get it, but this was just our impression of dealing with France. You can see why a lot of people coalitioned year one, and why it continues to be difficult. Is you're just not getting the press that you need.
Yeah.
Anything else on builds?
No.
Okay, spring 1645. I think we'll start with the area where we both are very interested and happy to see. Ayu gets stabbed by the Mughals after immediately. They turn after telling both of us that they are hard allying. There's nothing that they will do that is ever going to be anti-Mughal. Maybe they told Mughals that, and Mughals like, great, move out, and sure enough, they just move right in behind them.
Yeah. So I think Qing did really well here in working with the Mughals and helping flip them. I was not happy to see this because I was like, we're finally making progress on the Mughals, and they've found their dots to offset that. So like, they're not going to go negative this year.
Yeah, good point.
So and like, we're not getting anything out of Aitai. Like, Aitai is not a threat anymore. But neither of us are getting anything out of it. Tokugawa continues to collapse. Qing continues to grow into the dominant regional in the area. Continues their migration through Russia. Inuits still solid. They don't really gain anything out here for a while, but I was just annoyed that they were still doing well. Yeah. But yeah, we finally made ground on the Mughals, and the Aitai getting absolutely stabbed after declaring themselves the best friends was quite fun.
It was very, very fun to see. I agree with you. Yeah, like I think we, after like this all resolves, we are set to take both of, or I am set to take both of these 2 dots, which is why I agree to give you Hyderabad. So we're roughly staying equal. But they're going to replace it with Bamo and Pegu or Ava. So Ava, yeah, possibly, yeah, Ava would make sense. So yeah, that's a good point. We know they're not getting pressure from the west, so it's just a big open area here. They've just supported each other, so it is still slow going. I can go through mine pretty quickly because I don't have much. Yep. Mapuche is honestly, I think, finally coming around to Portugal is someone that I might be able to actually ally with, and they offer up Gulu. They could have. I guess they offered it up because they really... no, they could have bounced Coral Sea and then bounced Gulu in the fall. So they say, hey, you can have Gulu, and in exchange, they want...
And they give up the core and work.
And they give up the core and work. Yep, very good point. And they we agree to something over here where they actually get Mimba and... not Chirpa, though. Like, I think we exchanged this dot... which I'm just like, okay, that's not... I can afford to kind of try to work with them for a year because I really do want to work with them. I have, like I said, no friends that are going to help me. Aymara, I think, realized... Aymara is about a year behind Guarani, where Guarani was like, oh, Mapuche's going to eat me. And now Aymara is like, oh, Mapuche's going to eat me. And they're starting to do something about it. But yeah, so this is the start of... Mapuche, Portugal actually working together. There's some moves around here. I think most everything that we need to coordinate on, we actually happens. So I'm still going to guarantee Gulu, but it is starting to look a lot better. And yeah, I take Fort Dauphin, and you'll see in retreats they don't even retreat back, but I leave it open for them. Like, I'm saying, hey, this is yours if you want it. But like you said, they're fighting Spain. They can't afford to go back and get it, which I don't think I considered at the time, but maybe that was a good call. Spain completely reads me, does an excellent move here to bounce Canary Basin, so I can't get Canaries. I think I saw a potential if they didn't move against me of +4, and it's going to end up like a +1. Not a very good stab. You helped me.
They did not see me though. They did not see me stabbing them. So I don't get. So I move into Panama and Caribbean Sea. I don't help them into or stab Dutch in Africa. I've got St. Augustine guaranteed, and I don't have Havana because they can support hold it, but yeah, I stabbed them too. They are very sad.
Oh, that is... Maybe that's why they were trying to somewhat piece me out, but they did pretty good defensive moves, I thought. This is coordinated between us. You're being so helpful. You're being so nice, and you're like, hey, we don't want... If you look at this longer than I want to in this video, it's like, this needed to happen to guarantee that this Polish army has no home at the end of the year. So,
yeah, if we force it in spring, they move to Jebba, and then there's too much. If we let them stay there, or basically the only possible move that lets it have a chance of surviving is then moving to Jebba in spring, which we didn't think was highly likely.
Yep.
So, yeah, I suggested that moveset to you, and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
It was. You're being. I think we're foreshadowing pretty heavily, but you're being so kind to me right now.
Yeah.
Actually, we're working together. Like there's fair, balanced coordination. I am realizing, hey, you have a good position on me, and I'm trying to make offers to keep that at bay, which has somewhat worked so far, and completely leaving the sphere of influence, basically, and that's part of the reason I was concerned. It's like, where do I grow next? I've befriended Ajran and promised a lot of this. Yikes! I've tried to befriend Mapuche and promised them a lot. So it wasn't like Spain was my first choice to go after, but the opportunity for growth, and I knew I needed to grow at a certain rate, was dwindling. So when I see a potential +4, that's what I was trying to go for.
Yeah. If we could look at the clean map.
Yes, because this is a fun
pivotal
one.
phase.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I start assessing the year for everyone. I think I'm going to go like +7 or 8. I think you're going to go about the same. I think Netherlands is only going to go like +2 or 3. Spain's going down a lot. At this time, Adjuran comes to me and be like, hey, did you notice that you have a +4 stab on? And I'm like, wow, this is the Safford conversation all over again. However, I had not noticed I had a +4 stab on Portugal.
Oh, this was Ajran?
Yeah, this was Adjuran.
Dang it, Ajran.
This all started because of Adjuran.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, hey, did you know you had a +4 stab on Portugal? And I'm like, well, I hadn't, but I tell them basically the same thing I told staffs. No, I'm not stabbing them. I could have stabbed them last year for that. I didn't do it. I'm not going to do it now. We're working well together. But internally, I start looking at it closely. I'm like, okay, I was getting +8 or so, I estimated, before stabbing Portugal. That's +12. That's a lot. That puts me like heavy board lead. Portugal's going to go about +8 here if I don't stab them. So if I'm going to stab them, now's the last chance, which
I agree.
Heavily played into the thinking there too.
Yep, because I'm finishing off this, which we've talked about. We're actually pushing through the Mugals. Like, yep, this would be the time. So I think that's good analysis.
But if that puts me at +12, I'm the #1 board top. I'm in range of win. How much do I need for a win? I need 20. Can I get 20 this year? And so I look at the board and I count out. I think there's like 22 dots that I can technically like touch this year, and some of them are just like impossible. Like that's Sumatra or Spitsbergen. I'm like, I'm never going to get those.
Yeah.
But if I were to get 20, there are 3 dots which are like next to impossible. Let's just see, like they're pure press plays. I can't like take them. I need like people to do very specific movesets. Let's just ask if I can maneuver these movesets into being. First one of those is Missouri, where I'm like, see, I've got 1 unit, Spain's got 2, Utes got 2. I go to Ute. I'm like, hey, can you support me into Missouri? So Ute's been pressing me to try to stab Spain all game. I've committed to it last spring, but they're like, great, we're finally stabbing Spain. I tell them, hey, I think a reasonable moveset for Spain here is Caddo support Missouri to Cherokee. They recognize the Missouri because Ute's got 2 on it. The 3 of us going to work together. So if they do that, this counters that. And Ute's like, yeah, sure, I'll support you in there this year, and then you can hand it over to me next year. And I was like, yeah, absolutely, let's do that. That conversation was so quick because I'd figured all this out in my afternoon. The only other Australian, so I had that conversation. I'm like, oh damn, that was super easy. The next dot, which I think is impossible, is Havana.
Yep, this is a hard one.
They've got 2 on it. I've got 1 on it. I can't take it. They need to walk out of it. So I go to Spain. All right, I'll flip on the Dutch here, but I'm taking St. Aug and I want Havana. Like that. That's all I think I can get from you. That's all I want. Give me those 2, and I will fight the Dutch. And they're like, and I'm like, and you can have Belize as my like last second like inducement to like
let's tidy up borders. The whole reason I'll be singing Gulf of Honduras whole game is to defend Belize. If I don't have to defend Belize, everything's a lot more stable. And they're like, yeah, sure. So they agree to walk out of Havana.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, I don't think that they're like, if I was them, I would just say whatever the hell England wanted me to say and then do it because I need every dot I can get as Spain right now.
Right.
But they agree to it. I don't place a high confidence on this happening, but I'm like, okay, that's the second one of these. The third dot, which I think is impossible, is Ghent.
Mhm.
So I've got one on it. The Netherlands have like 3 on it. I think it is quite likely that the most obvious moveset here for the Netherlands is Ghent tap Reims, and then Liège supports Colm into Luxembourg.
Mhm.
And I go to Netherlands trying to pitch the terrible moveset of instead of popping Luxembourg, you should pop Reims. I try to be like, yeah, I've been trying to look at how to kill France. I think this moveset does better on the next year. It gives you a better position. It's not true. I'm just talking crap. And for the first time all game, they say no to me. Why would I take the non-SC? I'm going to take Luxembourg. Which means that, but I do know that Ghent is tapping Reims. Which means that I have one way to get this dot, which means I need to convince France to vacate Reims. France, who hates me. France, who the last phase told me, do not talk to me.
Yeah.
So I go to France and I pitch them, hey, this moveset is best for you, which weirdly, if the game ends right now, France lives. So this is the best moveset for them. Move Paris to Gijon, move Reims to Paris. And they're just like, what the hell are you talking about? This is terrible. There. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. Don't listen to me. I've been fighting you all game. I've been gaslighting you all game. I know the solo is dead, but I've put so much work into it. If I can get 19 out of 20, that's still fun enough. Maybe I can fall across the line next year.
This would have been amazing. This is 4v1 next to someone that absolutely hates you. If that would have happened, oh god.
Yeah. So that was the only one that I knew wasn't. I look at the last one, go to IATI, I'm like, hey, will you support me into Sumatra? And they're like, no, Dutch is like my. And then I have to go back to Dutch and be like, hey, I was just doing a loyalty test in IATI just in case. So I suss out that. I go to Russia. I'm like, hey, are you covering Spitsbergen? And they're like, yes, of course I'm covering Spitsbergen. I'm like, ugh. But every other dot, I have either agreements with people who are supporting me in there, like I'm getting supported into Andaman. I've got guarantees with Inuit. I've got Ute supporting me, or I've got guesses. So there's a couple guesses around Anticosti and Papinachua up in Canada, depending on like which unit France supports. But I need to make like 2 or 3 50-50s and have everyone do what they've all told me they're going to do. There's another 50-50 on on South America. Netherlands I give Netherlands a moveset which gives me a guarantee on Cartagena, where basically they tap Orinoco and Bogota, and that gives me Cartagena guaranteed. I could go for both Panama and Caracas on guesses instead and hope that Spain doesn't cover either of them. But I thought they're surely going to cover those. I'd rather take the 1 dot guaranteed I have there. I've got St. Martin and guaranteed. If Guarani doesn't bounce me from Puerto Rico, that's another one. I give Netherlands a moveset where they vacate Philadelphia, and they're like, yeah, sure, you're not going to 1 dot me for Philadelphia, right? I'm like, no, of course I'm not going to 1 dot you for Philadelphia. Yeah, like it was a absolute global press blitz, and I came out of it like, I can't do it. 19's the best I could do. But I've put so much work in, and it's so much fun. I can't put this work in and then not do it, right? And I was like, maybe I don't stab Netherlands for the 1 dot. But if I go plus 17 or 18 anyway, they're going to fight me anyway, so I might as well just stab them. The idea being, if I'm so close, and I take everyone. Spain's going heavy negative. Netherlands going negative. I thought you would only be like +2. No one can build against me because I have all the builds. Right. So I thought I might be able to get across the line.
Anyone that wants to see this, go read this void during this time. It is absolutely amazing. The back and forth and trying to get Ghent and and counting the dots and the math is, oh man. And I imagine you like an hour before the fall moves go through, just a nervous wreck.
Yeah, so about an hour beforehand, I'm like, I know that this is going to be like all hell's about to break loose. I draft a message to send out to the other colonials, being like, "Hey, I know that I did this. Here was some of my reasoning. This would have been the record for the fastest win ever. I
Yep.
couldn't not try. There's no hard feelings. Clearly, I stabbed anyone. I'll listen to whatever you got to pitch to me. How can we go forward from here?" Yeah, it was a very fun phase. If you want to show the moves.
Yes, let's see it. So what 50/50s do you lose? Because you end up there's a whole channel name for this this move, fall moves. It's called +17 is a lot, and aptly named because the board explodes. I mean, public square goes crazy. I look at it and I'm not mad in the slightest. I am just dang impressed. I'm like, holy cow, that was close. And because I knew you had, I think you got 5 off of me, 4 or 5, and like I'm like, okay, yeah, so that's quite a bit. I didn't see the other 12 on the board, so
yeah. So the 3 I missed out on was Papa. So Ute was meant to tap Cree, which would have got me Papa. I've been pressing them for ages to stab Inuit, and they thought about it, and then like late in the phase they told me, "Oh, I'm not gonna." Well, there's still a chance I get anyway if Inuit don't do the obvious moves, which they did.
This wasn't
so I
even
missed
necessary,
on
right?
That one.
This support, there's not 2 units around it, so like
Yeah, it's just they weren't ready to stab Inuit yet.
okay.
So and then there was a guess on whether or not I support hold Anticosti or send, and I got wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just a pure 50/50. So those are the 2 and Ghent I missed. Every other guess I make, I finish +17, so 53 out of 56, 92.9% VSCC, which is a record for 1645.
Go ahead and yes, 53 out of 56, almost 40% clear of the next. But I don't think you were happy to see that number.
No, you did a lot better than I thought you were going to do. I thought you were only going to be +8 or so. I'm taking 5 of those. I thought you would be like +3, and you would be the only person who has like anything like close to me. But you, I still don't know where the hell you just found an extra dot in pretty much every theater, and made all your guesses, and I was just like, oh damn, because now I actually have to fight you.
I was shocked
I have
too.
to fight units.
I was so This is, I joked afterwards, but I've really kind of come to believe it. Is you stabbing me here was one of the best things that could have happened for me, because it took all the pressure off me.
Yeah, if I don't stab you, so if I go +8 and then you go +13, you're the big board top scary one.
Yep.
And then everyone talks about stabbing you. So I just took the heat. All of a sudden, the Portugal who just went +8 and is like in a really solid position is the one that everyone wants to be friends with right now. Oh, yeah. At this point, I have no one. Like my relationships are gone. I'm pitching far and wide. The person I'm pressing the most right now is Spain, being like, because they're -9. I'm like, I need their disbands to be like remotely favorable to me. I think a lot of people misplay what happens. So
yeah, we're also Netherlands and me after this are definitely talking to Spain about we need your disbands to be very pro stop the English solo, specifically in Africa. Is really like these armies are useless to them to a degree, or these are some pretty obvious disbands we thought, and we made a lot of promises to them to keep those armies on,
which you had no intention of keeping. I knew it. I told them this 1,000 times. You are not getting anything in Africa. They will give you a dot this year and they will take it next year. You will not get to keep it. You need to defend your core. You don't get anything from fighting me. You will get nothing you can keep. And I was right, but I pressed them so hard that they got so like they got so annoyed at me they didn't believe me. And they're like very like in the last hour they're like wave bullies, because I have 17 builds. I've got 17 cores. I'm building every single one. They're like, wave bullies as a show of faith. And I'm like, I'm not waving. Everyone's fighting me. I need every unit I can get. You haven't promised me anything. They're like, I will delete the 4 units you've been telling me to delete if you wave bullies. And I just like, you're coming to this so late. I don't believe it.
Yeah, too late. Because like, if
yeah.
I'm you, I say yes, 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 yes. Because the disbands are more important to you than keeping them on side after a lie, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then, so I say yes. I don't believe it. I don't believe that they're going to do it. I'm right that they're not going to do it. They keep all the units against me, and then they rage that I then had the gold to build bullies and didn't trust them. I'm like, you didn't do it either. Like, what? Why are you so angry at me? So my relationship with Spain is completely shot here. You were again quite rationally like, yep, I've got to fight you right now, but we can work together in the future. Netherlands just didn't really talk to me as much anymore. They'd been quite loyal, but I think they took stabs quite personally. They didn't make the effort. They were like, oh, just fight Portugal instead of me, and we'll come to it once you're no longer a threat. But they didn't actually put the work in.
Okay.
In terms of people who like, nobody came to me about throwing to get me over the rest of the line. I think because the game was so early, people were still felt like they had chances. They hadn't gotten sick of it yet, so there was no talk of throwing. Ute was the only power that I was really able to convince. No, I have no chance of this whole here. And I didn't. I was heavily extended. So many dots I was going to lose. Yes, I can consolidate a couple extra dots in like North America and take the Dutch out of North America. But I sent a message in public chat like, there's like 8 dots I'm going to lose here, and I'd lost like 7 of those 8 dots, but I was able to gain like 3 or 4 to offset that.
That's
But
true.
I did not think I was able to solo. Once the sort of press sort of shook out. I think Ching was literally the only other power on the board. It's like, yeah, I don't think you can solo from here, but they couldn't do anything to like help me. So Ute was being like my one friend here. Was actually such a big deal. I basically tell them, I'm going to give you Missouri. I'm going to give you their dot back. I'd 1 dotted them as well as part of my solo attempt. I'm going to give you those back. And I will help you take all the dots against Spain. I don't care. I need a friend. And
I was still
that
trying
was
to.
very helpful.
I also don't know how I went +8 with your stab here, because you stab for 1, 2, 3. So the ones we've talked about last time you thought about this, and then you get 4 was and then 5. Yeah, thank goodness you weren't still in Manar.
Yeah, I was really annoyed about it. Well, I got and uncontested, but yeah.
Well, one reason I got more dots than I thought is the absolute joke of what happened here. I had 1 fleet against 3 basically hostile armies, and somehow that 1 fleet goes back up to 2 dots with bounce shenanigans. Is just Ayutthaya was pretty upset about this, and I'm like, what did you think I was gonna do, man? I was just trying to get back home.
Yeah, I definitely put you down as a -1 there, but
yeah,
+1.
so -1 to +1. They gave me Gulu. I could even got an extra one here, but I was actually trying to work with I don't know why I did this. I was worried about.
Then you stabbed them for Burundi. Yeah.
Yes, because going into this fall, in my mind, our relationship is just amazing and everything's going great, and we're on our way to a victory. So I start to get concerned because I'm like, okay, this Spanish thing will, assuming everyone else is still attacking, will resolve itself. And who do I attack next? The Dutch. Again, I look every year, but they're so nice and they give you so much. Why would I want to outright attack them when they've handed over Fort Dauphin, Cape Co. They haven't moved to Nokugo. They gave back Flores. Everything has been so nice with Flores. Yeah, sorry, gave Flores. Didn't give back, right? It wasn't my die. It's amazing. So I just still didn't want to attack them because if you can get dots like that from a friend, why? So I go to them, and I'm thinking, where do I go next? Okay, I think it's Ajuran. Like, you can see Mapuche. Mapuche is growing and doing very well. You can see even on the leaderboard, Mapuche's up to 14, Ajuran's down at 11, and with different victory conditions, right? So Mapuche's way ahead. And I think this is the time that I actually have to give up on allying with Ajuran because they haven't grown enough for me to be scared. Of course, I try to stab them with the Dutch, They defend Seychelles. I don't know who tipped them off for what, but well done there. Maybe that was just what they wanted to do. The Sleets didn't have anything else to do if they didn't go for Maldives. So it's a 1-dot stab, and here I'm like, oh my god, I've done it again. I've 1-dot stabbed, ruined this relationship, which was always not touch and go, but just tension. Like, we both knew these powers don't really work together that often, that normally this is a war, and so there was just a lot of tension here. So I 1-dot them. They end up going +4 this year, and if you don't stab me, I have a big problem on my hands, because they build and come for me immediately. And
but instead they have to befriend you
yes.
so that you can fight me.
Yes, I tried to, and so what they tell me is they're like, hey, yep, solo threat. And I also agree with you. Our press does not reflect this, and it's the source of argument, but I also agree, especially after I see spring moves, you have no chance of soloing. But I have to play like you do. I have to tell everyone else that you're a threat.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely the right thing to do, to keep everyone focused on me, for you, and for all the people further away. But the people who stuffed up were Spain, were Austria, the people who didn't have anything to gain from it, who made sacrifices to stop me. Like Austria does, like, they don't retreat into a Swedish dot, so Sweden can get an extra fleet to. And I'm like, Sweden's fleets will not get anything from me for at least 2 years. They're not stopping me winning. Like, I can't get anything from Sweden. Sweden can't get anything from me.
Yeah, like, you guys have been so friendly. This is not a I can attack England position, even with one fleet.
So Iceland moved into Norwegian Sea just because to help me defend the following year. Because like that unit couldn't dot anything, but I'm like, Sweden going to fight me next year, so I'm going to go there now. But like, I'm building in every single dot I have. There's going to be 4 fleets, and the British Isles just like, they can't get anything from me. So you helping them doesn't stop me. It just worsens you. So I think Austria misplayed it. Spain does by doing everything they can to slow me down while not defending their own dots.
Oh yeah, yep.
Aymara doesn't retreat into a Spanish dot, even though they're dead. Like they could have retreated into Axura, but they retreat into Colin Ridge. Just to help Spain stop me, I guess, even though they're going to die next year. Guys, what is going on here? Everyone was so heavily focused on me, and yes, it makes sense to tell everyone to be more focused on me if you're further away. It's like Mapuche was screaming to everyone to stop me, because that makes sense for them to have all their neighbors look at me. You have to do it. Netherlands have to do it. Inuit will continue to do it. That's enough. Everyone else, keep playing your game. Don't stab those 3. Fight everyone else. It won't matter. Like.
Yeah, Ajran came to me about Zanzibar. They're like, hey, I'll let you keep Burundi. No harm. Like, I was honestly expecting a death war after that. Even with your +17, I thought Ajran would still death war me. And they were like, no, we're chill. You can take Zanzibar this year. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I'm not getting over the line. People are going to prop Portugal up to get in blocking range. I'm like, this is all fine. I just need... I needed you or Netherlands to... on side, and that gap eventually, and I wanted Spain to like defend themselves. Like, I'm not going to keep pressing you. I just want to defend as much as what I can. But also... like they're leaving units like Sierra Leone Rise and Hogar and stuff. I'm like, these units are not like, they'll take dots off me this year, but they will not live, and they will not hold them next year. I guarantee it, and they do not.
I didn't even promise Spain, like you'll see we support them into these dots. I don't even promise that they're going to keep them. I make like a half-hearted, like, hey, I'm going to want those dots, but we can work something out in Iberia. I'm not really being truthful, and maybe that's why they don't.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but like I'm doing everything I can to have them make anti-English moves here, and I realize that just like you, where I'm like, I realize that you have this potential or that, and here's what I'm trying to do to mitigate it. I'm doing the same with Spain, but they were cool with it. Like, I think they just kind of knew, or I don't know, just sticking with that passive play. You know, it's like, okay, this is what they want, and I kind of see a reason. So
I pressed them too hard.
Yeah, okay.
I was pressing so hard during their builds phase to disband certain units. And I genuinely did have their best interests at heart. Like, they're not getting anything.
but I just pushed too hard and I didn't waive bullies, but they didn't do the disbands anyway. I guess I didn't offer to waive it early enough. But yeah, I pushed too hard. Which they snapped back at me and they committed against me. I'm like, fine, I've got to work against them too, and that made it easier for me to work with you anyway. So,
oh my god! Another reason this stab was absolutely amazing for me is I'm supposed to give Soyo to Ajuran because they get the rest of Africa. Not only do I stab them, but they're like, yes, you can keep Soyo. Yes, I'll give you Zanzibar. I'm supposed to give Chirpa to Mapuche here. Like, there's a nice non-center DMZ right here that we both identified as going to be our natural border. And they're like, nope, you can keep that for another year. I'm like, this is great.
Bandar Abbas is another one as well. Yeah, you retreat them there, and then Safavids don't take it off you because got to prop them up against England.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just.
I'm telling you, it was. Thank you for stabbing me. It really worked out.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
On the meantime, yes, this whole conversation this year is probably one of the more interesting areas, to be honest.
Yes, Mughals was. I mean, they were pretty happy with me because the relationship was finally broken. They were absolutely encouraging me to go into you, and I heavily considered it here. But yeah, late in the second half of the year in fall, you basically offer me stability in India and peace in NAO, and that's the best offer I've got. So I take it.
So we should see the amazingness, and this is like the best phase of the game. I wasn't too sad. It took us some time to get here because the end of the game gets a little more routine, I guess. But this was the most exciting year for sure that we're going into. After that stab, the builds, like you said, you get to build everywhere. And you do choose to build everywhere. I think rightly so. I don't think you waive here. I don't think there was, unless you really felt good about the Spanish agreement, there is no reason to not put down everything you can, because you know, and I kind of know as well, that you're going to end up losing a few dots here.
Yeah, I'm fighting everyone. Inuit give me a hilarious peace offer, which is don't build a single unit in North America or Bermuda, and I will peace you out. I'm like, well, I would love to peace you out, but I'm not just fighting you. I'm also fighting France and Spain and Netherlands and maybe you and Portugal. Like, I can't do that. So they're like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, that was one of the more ridiculous peace offers I got. Sweden, I'm just like, please don't build double fleet. Like, you can't take anything from me. You won't get anything from me. Don't build double fleet. It's just going to be a nuisance in the future years. Now that you've got these fleets, and they do it anyway.
This one makes sense. This one, I guess, can be an army, but after they see you stab everyone, maybe they're. I know you guys.
Well, they could have built like Army Yumia or something, but
yeah.
I guess they had to cover Trod. But so the thing with Sweden here is, I talked to them late in the phase. I've been considering plans where I build armies in England and convoy them over as like trying to grab more dots to help stabilize, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would have a decent shot at that. They pressed me late in the phase, convinced me not to, because again, I'm willing to make concessions to just about anyone to leave me alone. Like, I will help you into wherever you want, just to help me stabilize.
Yep.
And so I agreed not to give them, not to build armies, which I could have convoyed into mainland Europe as well. But they, from that point, after that agreement, these builds go through, they do not send a single message to me for 9 days. Like, so the next year and a bit, I don't get a single word out of Sweden. It turns out they hurt their neck like quite badly in real life, and so their press output went down. And they said they probably should have subbed out. But for 9 days, I got nothing from them, and I'm just like, oh, Sweden. Oh, in addition to everyone else, like, I didn't think, like, you were still pressing me. You weren't conceding ground, but you, I still thought I had a way to get a relationship with you. And you, as I said, was someone who was working with me. I still had a decent relationship with Ching, but it didn't matter. And there was the question around Mughals, if I worked with them or not. But that was like it. That was all I had.
Yeah, and that's advice I've given before and will always give is keep talking to someone that stabs you. You can repair relationships. You can learn something as far as motivations or reasons. Or Sweden's case is unique, right? But so many times I see someone get stabbed and then they go radio silence. I'm like, no, that's when you need to be doing the most press. And so like it was never a thought in my mind that we wouldn't continue. Now our conversation this year is a lot more. This is our most heated year of discussions and negotiations, and because I want to side with you, I still don't want to attack you. And this is one thing that did not really go my way, which honestly a lot did, was I am not forced, but I know if I don't build these, several people have said like the agreements as far as keeping other dots, Bander, Soyo, something in South America, they go away. Because if I don't build fleets here, then a lot of people are suspicious before the spring moves that I'm not really anti-England solo. And I don't really want these fleets. I don't like them. I don't need them here. I don't want to attack you.
You don't even need them to, like, so you could take Azores. Like, by all means, take Azores back. You are so far from taking any of my... And, like, those fleets don't do it. Like, it takes, like, 2.5 years for you to reach the British Isles or cross the NAO to the other side. Actually take it.
And you've got plenty around. Like, even Azores isn't really guaranteed. You bounce one of these and I can't take it in the fall. Like,
yeah. It's...
But you're really nice once we get to spring. It actually encouraged me to start working with you. Who cares about the rest of the board in the fall, because you let me out here. So
yeah, I was just trying to make. I was going to make concessions to anyone who offered me anything, and you and Ute were really the only two that asked or offered anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mughals. I had to choose between you and Mughals, but turns out they were lying to me anyway.
Yeah.
So.
What else did I do that is demanded? Oh, because Ajran is being overly kind, after I stabbed them in the fall, letting me keep this, giving Zanzibar, I don't build anything. I'm like, nope, I want to keep them on side. I really don't want this war right now. I know they're going to have to play defensive, and the relationship is not at its like lowest point, but it's definitely testy right now. Thank goodness there's a common threat. But it's not really a common threat. It's just a threat. Like, you have no threat to Ajran. Ajran should just keep going. And this is another, we've talked about them slowly growing, like another time where they feel like they're forced to turn around, defend against me to a degree, and they don't just move in on like, look what happened in Congo. They got half those dots. I guess more than half, but they just need more. They need to be doing more in the area, and I don't think it was necessarily like just poor play from them. They're a very good player. It just didn't quite hit
the
there.
board needed to force you to attack me by, like, you need to attack me to stop me winning, right? You are the person who can do the most. You need to do it.
Yep.
That means they can still fight you, and you can't stop them doing it.
Yep.
They can take dots, but they did it. They just enabled everyone like to maximally against me at their own expense, and like it worked out really well for the players who had absolutely nothing. Uche and Ching, who were able to continue growing while everyone else was just ignoring them.
Yeah.
But like, you guys could have continued your wars. I'd been stopped. I had to be stopped by the people next to me. They were going to do it. Like, yeah.
What can I say? It's just good press.
it was good press by you, Mapuche, a couple others who just like, keep the focus on me. It was the right thing for some of you, but some people just, like.
Oh,
Spain
I also
the two that really gave me the shits.
I promised Mapuche that I would not be building in Indonesia as part of taking Gulu. After your stab, they allow me to build Fleet Timor. I'm like, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Oh, because at this point, I don't want to fight you. And so this stab did not go well. This will continue to slowly whittle away. I've already got all of North Africa dots. Besides Canaries, I will have Canaries. So now I'm still same question I had last fall before your stab is, who do I attack next? It's not going to be England. Like, I don't really want to. I don't trust Mughals.
Yeah.
So I am looking at the Dutch this year 100%. You are encouraging me nonstop to look at the Dutch, and I have to slow play that. Even though, yes, I'm getting on board. I'm probably on board. Like you, you commented afterwards. You're like, you were thinking about attaching the Dutch a year ago, and you told me no. I'm like, yeah, I had to. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
we should. So we're getting a little bit ahead of us.
yes.
Look at the disband. Spain disbanded in
Oh,
South
sorry.
America. It just
Yes.
made themselves so weak to Mapuche. I'm like, Mapuche is going to attack you. They're like, oh no, we're gonna stop England. I'm like, God, you will die if you do these disbands and like leave everything in Africa to fight me. Let Netherlands and Portugal do it. They can. They have enough. I cannot survive in Africa even without your help. It just slows. It just makes them do it a phase slower. Like that's all you're doing. But no, they just weaken themselves so much.
Yes.
They leave everything against Ute, which probably helped me with regards to having Ute on side against Spain. But
yeah, I would have
yeah,
rather
they
seen this go away than this, of course. Like, I didn't love this either. This is too fast for Mapuche. I want Mapuche to grow, just not that fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's see the moves.
Yeah, see the moves. Oh boy. You can go ahead. I gotta read my notes. So what jumps out to you?
So my main goal this year was to cover as much of NAO as I could. Like someone could force something, but I did not want units slipping through into those sea provinces around NAO and my back lines because I could cover the fronts, but I can't also cover the back. So I put one fleet on every single NAO tile.
And you agreed.
I didn't mention that
you let me do this. Yeah.
Yeah, I agreed to.
But not.
I'm taking Iberian Current, but I will let you. I won't bounce you from Madeira Plain and see if Azores. I'll give you Azores back. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't let me in here. This was a point of disagreement because I really didn't want the fleet. And I'm like, well, I had to build it, but now just let me go there and you can blow it up. And you were having none of it.
No, I was willing to make help you into places and stuff, but I was not making concessions on letting anyone get ground on me because I'm like, I'm getting fought on every front. I cannot make it easier for you to stab me on this front too.
It was a good compromise. Like this made me happy enough that I didn't mind that. But yeah, that was an argument.
Yeah. So I think I'd get Labrador Sea, like this Inuit slog, so they'd forced Ocean a year ago, and we just got back and forth. So I got Godthub, I took Nescapi off France, but I haven't taken anything else off Inuit yet. I think I get Intercosti here, or I guarantee it in fall rather.
Yeah.
I'm just blowing up units. I think in the next year I blow up 8 or 9 units. It just moves work out really well for me. Spain in Mexico, Gulf of Mexico is really annoying. It's bouncing me out of Bahamas Channel. I'm kicked out of. I think I'm -5 or 6 based on this phase. Which I very strongly predicted. Yeah.
The coalition against you, there was I think it was you, Spain, myself, maybe the Dutch were in it. We set up a channel, and the last message is rip this channel. It lasted for all of half a phase because Ute immediately doesn't do what they agree, which fair.
Yeah, I basically told you this moveset, hey, I'm pulling myself back to Cherokee. Please tap Caddo. That guarantees you get Missouri, and it lets me out. So my thing was I knew I wouldn't be getting builds. I wanted to preserve my units on the not let the frontline armies get popped, so I could disband what I wanted disbanded. I thought it was quite important to have this army because I was trying to mop up those Dutch dots in the middle, and this was one of my frontline units. This southern front. So I pulled myself into Cherokee and also into Detroit here.
Yeah, because you're not stopping your Dutch attack, right? That's one of the few places you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no.
Dutch... that's one of the areas where I actually have an advantage to offset my losses.
But really well done here. Yep, pulling back, getting a dot, condensing the line. Missouri was always like you said, you never really should have been in Missouri in the first place. So yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Africa, I'm there's nothing we can do in Africa. So I'm pressing you to find out are the three of you coordinating fully. And don't officially tell me that, but you say enough that I know that the three of you are doing max coordination. So I just wind up going with move sets here, which guarantee I can't lose maximum. I'm going to lose like 3, I think, but I managed to get the guarantee on Great Ardra and protect. I think it's Niani in the end. It's the other one I managed to keep. But
yeah, this was our most like contentious discussions. Was like you asked over and over and over what's happening here, and I'm like, no, I just can't. I
I
can't tell
I'm
you.
going to lose like I know I'm going to lose 2 dots. I'm happy to give you like 2, but like don't take the third. And I'm just or the 4th. But
This was
I was able to at least protect the. Yeah, I saw this coming. I'm like, there's going to be a convoy out Jebba. Like I knew it wouldn't go to Niani. I could have gone to Mandan. I would rather not have an army in Mandan, so I'll. And it also gives me the ability to bounce Cormonton instead of Niani. Next phase. So this way I had Great Archer guaranteed and I had Cormonton guaranteed safe. And I prioritized moving towards Netherlands and away from
this was actually a spec suggestion to build army instead of a fleet there. Shout out to Buzzard and Basil, who were very active in my void and really helpful at several points, just like encouraging during some low points, making a few press suggestions, but mainly tactics are definitely my weakest area. Like, this is embarrassing. I should not have done this, kicking myself. It works out because, spoiler, we do start working together again. But when I saw this, I'm like, yeah, of course he's doing that. What am I thinking?
Yeah. So I guess the level 1 thinking, support each other. To which the obvious move is Ijil taps Ulata, Agadez and Hogger go to Timbuktu. Like, that's going to happen, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bounce Tichit and Busa, which work perfectly, and while I get forced out of Timbuktu. So everything there, I predicted your moves exactly. I knew exactly what was happening with all of those.
I think I did this because because I am trying to be quote unquote anti-England this phase, and this guaranteed that Timbuktu got taken, and so
which I knew that was the way to guarantee a dot. I thought that was the most likely thing.
Yep.
I just bounced the non-supportive moves to put me in the best position to. I mean, I got Great Archer guaranteed and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that also helps us discuss going against the Dutch. Is like, you don't stop. Like, Dutch is one that you're not. It doesn't really make any sense for you to peace out. Like, they're not. They're a source of dots at this point.
They stopped pressing me basically. Like, there was very little. Like, that relation. They didn't put any effort into rebuilding it. They seemed reasonably hurt that I'd stabbed them. Fair enough, but they were just like, well, just fight Portugal instead of me, and then I'm like, I need more than that right now. Like, Portugal's giving me a lot more talk. And yeah.
And this is like, oh yeah, this looks anti-England. This is not anti-England. This is Spain. Get the heck out. I am controlling SAO. I realize at this point, if I am going to stab the Dutch, I need control of this area. This is actually starting to look like a decent triangle that I thought about from the beginning of the game, and I chose to build these fleets, with the saying, oh, I'll eventually get up there to England. No, I'm consolidating SAO is my goal at this point.
Yeah, so at this point, like, you were attacking me in some theaters, but you told me you were attacking me there. This was the one thing which you did which wasn't something I was really anticipating. And I was like, why the hell did you put Spain on Guyana Current? I really didnn't want an extra fleet coming into the Caribbean from that side. Caribbean was such an awful guessing game. There's so many niche borders and stuff. I did not appreciate this, but I couldn't push back though, because I had no leg to stand on. I needed anything you would give me. So with what I guess, like, you didn't put any fleets in NAO, which made such a big difference.
Yes, this is also security. If someone is like eagle-eyed on the board, being like, is Portugal really against England here? Not doing anything in NAO when I had 1, 2, 3, 4 fleets that could have done something to NAO is very suspicious. Instead, I'm still dotting Spain. I'm still moving in here. Like, I'm not even supporting this move out. Like, this screams a bit of coordination for sure. The other area that I am committing anti-England is with the Mughals, because I honestly don't know if we're going to be friends or not at this point. And I don't want you and Mugles teaming up against me further here. And it's easy to say, hey, England's a bigger threat. They're 40% ahead of everyone else. I will give you one of their dots. And Mugles are like, yep, sounds good.
I think I knew that was happening too. I thought Gulf of Ceylon was probably the province which was least likely to be tapped. I just wanted to stabilize units, but it was bounced back. In which case, well, I still denied someone else getting another unit on me. So I knew I wouldn't be able to get into Gulf of Minar. It was a bit awkward. I could have taken Goa here, but I was trying to be, I was putting a lot of eggs in the Portugal basket as being like the person most likely to come back on side after the scare. I knew it just needed like a year and a half for you to close the gap a little bit, for the coalition to break down, for someone to stab someone else. Opportunity got too ripe, and that's how it played out. But I knew I needed someone on side when that happened, and I thought you were the most likely.
Yep, and the Utes have already like not done what the coalition wanted. Like, there's already people looking after their own interest. I think Utes were smart to do that, but it wasn't going to last very long. So, let's see. I had anti-England moves in until 3 hours before moves went through. So I offered. I don't know if I can copy. Oh, it's very tiny. Oh, it's low resolution. I offered this split to Mugles. Very, very low resolution. Anyways, it gives them everything except Ahmedabad. So what I said is you can have all of these English dots. Oh, no, I take Madurai too. You can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 English dots. I get 1 English dot, and I take 1 of yours. So that's a +4 to them. I even, it's terrible, but this was like a min defense thing that I worked out. It only required like 3 armies from me and 3 armies from them. And I'm like, if we can do this, then you can go off and continue your attack to the east. I didn't even suggest Safavid because these are lifelong allies, apparently. So I was trying to say, hey, basically, we'll clean up. You keep 3 armies and you go. And they didn't respond to me. This was between spring and fall. And meanwhile, I know that our time zones are so different that you get up and you typically look at the game at about 3 p.m. my time. And right at 3 o'clock, I started getting messages. And we were checking to make sure everything we had agreed to was set up. And every phase, mostly you or I would summarize the agreements we had made for that. And that was so nice to like have someone press and confirm things and make sure there were no misunderstandings. And so you get up at like 3, and so it's like 3 hours before, 3 or 4 hours before adjudication. And when I got that from you, and it took up until 15 minutes before adjudication for Mugles to respond, and they responded not saying that split worked for them. They were like, maybe we'll have to see. I'm like, man, if I'm saying I'm going to give you 5 English dots, and even if you're lying, you don't jump at it, I don't trust you. I don't trust you in the slightest.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I've got someone over here who's pressing great, coordinating great, and so ultimately, yes, I help them here, but we'll see fall. I don't think I have anything else for spring unless you do.
No. I think things went largely as I expected, other than the Spanish dot in Guyana Current. Spanish fleet.
And you see why. But
yeah.
I'll go on to the fall, and we'll just keep in. Let's see, any retreats? No, thank you for playing, Gurani. No, it's starting to look really patchwork quilt over here, but nothing.
Qing's doing a decent job mopping up.
They are. Yep, that's a good point. Yep, Qing is moving forward, getting help. This is crazy. Spain's over here, Mapuche, Inuit. But it does seem like everyone's against Toku, that I can roughly tell. So.
Yeah.
So I flip. I flip on the Mugles in the fall because I just don't trust them reading voids and messages after the game. Thank goodness I did. They had no intention of sticking with me long term or anything to that degree. So I lie to them here. They actually do keep, I think, roughly what we agreed to. Yeah, they are supporting me to Bellari and not defending Ahmedabad. I almost got into Delhi, but I don't think we. I completely. I think this was like a tap or something. I don't think I really planned. Oh, it was a tap of the support. That's why. Yep. But this is all I wanted for this area, honestly. And this is a better split. I actually really like if England Portugals are trying to work this out and maybe prevent a stab down the line. Is I like Portugal having Madurai and then England having Bellari. What did you think about that split of South India?
India was just a headache for me all game, which is it's never really got anywhere. I'm happy to have anything. Happy to live there. I thought that there was a decent chance I'm going to go like -7 or 8, and I'm just going to be blowing up a region, and that's going to be either India or Africa. I would have preferred to keep Africa, but I knew that it was just more vulnerable, particularly if both you and Netherlands against me, because you guys have been working together quite well all game, whereas you and Mughals have not. But I was just happy to survive. And if you want this split, fine by me.
Yeah, because now there's no reason that you're down here, and I don't have to really get off the coast, and I can just having coastal dots. I feel more comfortable moving the armies up and not worrying about a stab because I can always defend or take back Goa, Cochin. Like I don't. Yeah. That's a lot better than having to defend this.
It's really hard to hold the coastal dot if you see.
Yep. So I'm happy because I wanted that dot.
I think Mughals and I had an agreement on something here, but like they didn't do what they said they would for me, and I didn't do what I said would for them, and it was just, yep, sorry. Portugal offered me like, I think you promised you wouldn't do anything in NAO. You didn't promise anything in Africa, but by saying that, you effectively told me that you were full coordinating with Spain and Netherlands, which enabled me to do a moveset which blocked one of the dots. So thanks for that.
Well, thanks for it being the Spanish dot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that was the only one I could have blocked.
True. Well, no, it depended if I helped Spain into Niani or helped myself into Mali. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I would have blocked bounce Mali. I knew it was bouncing one of them.
Yep.
I had a different move set in there at one point, but once I figured out that the three of you were full coordinating, that basically meant I knew the exact move set, the one which gave you the guaranteed dots. So I might as well lock the one that I could. And yeah, so sorry, Mughals, it just wasn't a good enough offer, and it wasn't a legit offer anyway, so it worked out all right. You guys Death Star into Leeward. Bloody hell, the second time you annoyingly. I had thrown a support hold on that because I didn't want anyone else in Leeward to go. I make a accurate read on what Spain is doing in Cartagena. I'd told Aymara, hey, I will support you in Panama. And they wound up tapping that for me. And then I figured that the best way for Spain to defend Caracas was this exact moveset. So I'm like, what I will do is I will support them. I thought that there would be a bounce on. I think I thought that there would be a bounce on Caracas, but I'm like, what I'll do is I will support them into Caracas and then I will bounce in Cartagena with Bogota. That's what I thought would happen.
Very nice.
Yep. So I did manage to keep Cartagena.
Yeah.
Yeah. And while I'm slowly advancing on Barbados on that side, but now I have to deal with Leeward Sea, which is a bit of a nuisance. In North America, I can't be bothered fighting Belize. I'm going to take the position. I'm going to force Gulf of Mexico, which I didn't force anyway. They tried to vacate. I make friendly with Ute. Yep, I'll hold you in your dot. Lovely, we'll support each other. Oh, I slam dunk the guesses in Dutch North America, and I get like 2 pops here. They had move sets where I get 1, but instead I got both. I think I got 2 out of 3. When I should have only got 1, so that worked, and I got like 2 pops, so that worked out really well for me there. And I also popped Anticosti up here as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was pretty happy here. I think I wound up like -3 or 4, but I had 2 pops, so I was only like -1 or 2 that I had to take off the board, and I was really happy with that.
Yeah, this is another one of those where like, oh, I'm going down like 7 or 8. It's not looking good, and I think you were somewhat being honest, but I'm like, nope, I expect him to go down just 2 or 3. Like he'll figure something out.
Yeah, I was definitely like, I wasn't a solo threat. There was no way I could solo.
No.
I knew I was going to go next. I was just trying to as much as possible, and
Yep. I think it helped that the board was so focused on you not soloing. Like, I think if there's no outrage after the +17, if everyone just keeps playing their game, there is a chance you could have soloed, especially with your excellent press. Just talked enough people into doing things that got you there accidentally, maybe. But no, the board was very. Even people who really shouldn't have been
like,
concerned.
look at
were
South
very
America.
concerned.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, friendly, very friendly. There's bigger.
I was just like, Mapuche, why aren't you stabbing Spain? They're wide open. Like, and they're like, no, I've got to stop you. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, Spain is going negative anyway. Like, take it yourself. Like, god damn. There's just people who it's like, why are you like? You have nothing to do with me. Spain isn't stopping me. They're going negative anyway. God.
The Dutch just forgot about agreeing to take Nokugo.
Yeah, no, they're the best ally anyone's ever had.
And here, yes, I am full-throated supporting the Dutch out of SAO, making sure the other one gets out of SAO. Like, this is me consolidating this area, and no one called me on it. Oh, Mapuche and I are working really well together here. We had been doing a RGR bounce, Rio Grande Rise, and this time they take an army off the border, which is super. Like, we're trying to DMZ this area and then actually get the armies elsewhere to be used. And so there was a time where I needed to use this, and we didn't do the bounce, and then they needed it. So full cooperation with Mapuche. I really think this is the start of them realizing they do not have to kill me to get into the impunity with all the free ground they've been given in this area with Spain, and they know, or at least I have promised to help them against the Dutch. I said, when you get up to border the Dutch, I will be ready to make that stab. That was another reason to wait on the stab.
I was pressing you so hard to stab me. Like, okay, you say you want to coordinate with me. If I get that you're still going to fight me and take a few dots here. I'm not pressing back too hard that you're taking dots from me. Like, can you take the dots instead of Spain? And if you are going to turn on the Netherlands, like, I need something to break. If I'm fighting you, Spain, Netherlands, Inuit, and Sweden, I even if I'm not fighting you, like, that's too much. I can't fight that much. I need you to flip on the Netherlands here. And I mean, I'm right. I can't do it unless you flip on the Netherlands. But you don't want to flip on them just yet. And I'm just like, if you're not flipping on them, like, I can't do it. I need you to flip on them. And
I think
you know that, and you do that, but you do it in spring instead of fall, and I still don't know why you held.
Well,
like, if you were on board, because you didn't even say I'll do it next year. You just said I'm not doing it. Like, in your void, like, you were clear you weren't. But like, I at this point I'm like, if Portugal's not willing to stab Netherlands, because Netherlands is full bore into me, like, I can't fight everyone at once, even if I'm not fighting you. It's too much at the moment. But I need you to flip on the Netherlands, and you're just like, I'm not going to. I'm like, why not? Like, you say you're my ally, like, I need you, but then you did it anyway. So when we get to next spring, I almost didn't believe that you were gonna. You said, like, all right, it's time to fight Netherlands. I'm like, why now? If not last fall, like, it's better to stab in fall than spring. Like, what?
I really looked at it in the fall, for sure. I think I wanted more SAO control. I knew that you. Not that you needed me on side, but that you really wanted me on side. And so I'm like, yes, he'll be upset about this, but it gives me time to get into better position. And what is he going to do about it? Like, we're still taking his dots. Yeah. We're still bothering him in the Caribbean. Like, he really can't afford to get too angry. Honestly, I was just worried you were going to flip other people against me, like flip Mapuche or flip Ajuran.
Yeah. I did try to get Mapuche to work against, but like they're sitting there coring and doing stuff. I'm like, no one's doing anything. Like, Portugal's at least like considering this, and like this was a pretty heated conversation, but it had no bearing on our like long-term relationship. It didn't feel like like when I had a heated argument with Spain about this disbands, like that relationship was, but I didn't have that feeling at all with you.
No, it was
which was
it was respectful. It was like we were really, it was fun. Some of my favorite negotiations and arguments in the whole, because most of the time we were just coordinating and rolling pretty well, but that was like, no, there are conflicting interests here. And my favorite message was, if you don't stab Spain, if you don't stab the Dutch this fall, you might as well be stabbing me.
Yeah, it honestly, I was just like, if Netherlands, they're not going to gain too much on me this year, but they will gain a lot on me next year.
Yeah.
And I needed something to break, and you did. You stabbed them in the following spring, but like I just didn't understand why if you were going to stab them, why you wouldn't do it that fall? Because I thought if you're not stabbing them now, you stab them next year, and that means they're going to be pushing into me, and I can't hold everyone back for another year. I could do it for a year and a half. I couldn't do it for more than.
So the three main reasons was I wanted to get Mapuche up to their border, I wanted to control SAO, and I just wanted to get slightly better positioning in a few places, and I could afford the time. That's the reason I didn't stab this year. Now this is a stab. INO3 to Reunion was one of those, oh, I thought I was bouncing Ajuran. I thought we were keeping it safe for you, and we were not. I never talked to Ajuran about it. I just took it and figured I could explain that one away if I had to.
They would let you because they've been letting you dot them all game.
Yes, because they're so nice. And the other thing is, I really did just, if they were upset about it, one, I didn't even know if they would be upset about it because they're just so nice. And then two, if they got up in arms about it, my plan was, well, you can have Chiquitano. And that's what I went to them afterwards. I said, oops, I accidentally got into Reunion. You can have Chiquitano.
And at this point, you'd already sold Chiquitani to Mapuche?
Yep.
Yep.
So that was, and I sold Chiquitani to Mapuche to, again, open up their border so they can move up here and not attack me, and we can stay friendly. So that was, I don't know, I have a good idea every now and then. So anything else for the fall?
I mean, I think I'm still pressing. I've got a good relationship with you. Helping them with whatever they want against Spain, and I'm still pressing them to go into it. Who like you and I basically just in death war from now on. Like we still got along reasonably well. They were like, I hate that you've done this to me, that you put me in death war, but like they vaguely understood my reasons. They disagreed, but they're like we were still respectful. We were still chatting a little bit. Like there was never any time where I felt I could realistically piece them out, and I think they knew that too.
See, Ajuran, we missed this in the spring, but they did move into Burundi, and that was a really smart move. Like even if you were promising me, why not go sit there? Because you know that I'll let you, and then
you can move out if you need to. Yeah.
Yep. So now they didn't cover Zanzibar. That would have been another option. And they're friendly with the Dutch still. I didn't even quite know this relationship. I figured they were friendly with the Dutch so they could focus on Abyssinia, which is, oh gosh, a tactical nightmare. I mean, you can go look at this over 4 or 5 years and just see the mess that it is. But I was surprised they didn't walk into Mambanza here. And I even tell them, like, I'm starting to try to, I don't want to tell them too much because they might just go tell the Dutch that I'm attacking. But yeah, we're trying to do some work there. But I don't have anything. Oh yeah, and I still get to keep Bander. This was Strait of Hormuz was not agreed. Safin and I just never quite had the comms that I've had with other players. So
yeah, still at peace with Mughals, and yeah,
I would have rather been in Gulf of Kutch. Like moved here and done the bounce from there so I could in case this didn't work out. But yeah,
can we look up at Spitsbergen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Russia at this point, it's like I knew Sweden was coming to me. Russia had basically I don't think I understand you're not going to solo, it's all fine, let's just stay each other's way. And at this point Russia supports them out, and I'm like thinking, oh, for God's sake, this is another like reason why I was getting more annoyed at you, because like even like Russia's against me now, even though they're not getting anything from it, they're not going to get anything from it. Their reasoning was like, well, I'd rather Sweden fight you than me, which is fair. Sweden's at this point, Poland's basically gone. Sweden's they're pointing Sweden in my direction, which is fair enough. But at this point, my relationship with Russia broke down as well. Sweden still isn't talking to me. Like I haven't had a message to them since builds, which was really starting to piss me off. I started sending like 7 days since Sweden last 8 days since 9 days.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Game, which is all about talking to your neighbors. Like what the hell? But yeah, so at this point, oh God's sake, I'm still green. It's really annoying to try to fight both east and west up here. The Greenland Sea, Arctic, it's just such important provinces, and it's so hard to crack into it. Like I get into Labrador, and then like I managed to secure Gotthard early, but like I don't get like anything else. At this point, I blow up a French unit, but yeah, it's a real slog getting through here, which at the time I kind of knew it to be. Inuit did it really well. There was like a point where I thought finally I've cracked them. They're going to be going negative here, but then they surprise dot someone else in Asia. They dot Ute for Hawaii, and then they wind up going positive, and they were going negative. God's sake, like and so I think this is when they dot Hawaii.
With Spain.
Yeah, and I think Ute's finally starting to come on board as being okay. It's time to fight Inuit. Like we've got the gains from Spain. They're going to be disbanding. Spain's done. It's time to fight someone else. And I've got like 8 armies there, so they definitely leant more towards. I did manage to convince them to fight Inuit. I was like, yeah, you got to start marching all those armies. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. You always got to think about where do the units go next, and
I was like, they've got all these armies that like they have to fight me, but like, there's nothing else I could do. So every time I was like, don't build, just build fleets.
The board was also asking you to convoy Ming somewhere to Greenland.
I hated this. So Ming's dead, and they set this goal. I want to get to, and I'm just like, I do not have time to deal with this shit. Like, I am fighting the entire world. I'm not, and now there's a meme convoy to Ming to Greenland idea. I'm just like, no, I don't care about your stupid meme thing. I'm fighting the whole board, but because everyone's like, yeah, good feelings. Let the minor power do their fun god thing. Boo, big bad England not helping them. I do not care about this goddamn meme unit. And Russia was really on board with it. Like, so maybe I'm not wanting to do it as part of why they helped Sweden. I was just like, Also, then they're like, oh, how about Iceland? And everyone's like, yeah, Iceland. I'm not giving up on the dot. Like, I need my dots.
It's an army. It's okay. It can't do anything.
Yeah. No, but I need my dots. I'm going negative. I don't want to go more.
Yep. Of course, I loved it. I'm like, yep. Keep focusing against England's the bad one. He's really bad. Man, that was too good. Yeah, this fleet continues to overperform 2 for 1 price. I don't know. I guess it was guaranteed there, but yeah, that was let's see. Okay, I can move on. We've got 3 more years, but they do speed up here. Oh, a -3. So sad for you.
Yeah, which is fine.
You're still board top.
I knew it was gonna. Yeah. And like you're in blocking range, you're gonna go positive again. Like the solo threat is over. Particularly since like the Dutch and Inuit are like they're weighted so heavily towards me now. Like there are so many troops on my borders. My expansion opportunities are quite limited for the next year.
Yep, and we're also starting to get regionals at a point where, because they gain so much more percentage per each dot they gain, where you could do some manipulation to like your solo threat so early was an issue because no one was in a position to really artificially block it. I don't consider that throwing. I consider that like keeping the game going so there's still a chance you can win if you prop someone up to be a blocker. So like we're starting to get to that point too. So I agree. The solo threat, if it wasn't dead after spring, if it wasn't dead on arrival, it is definitely dead now.
Yeah. It was definitely a lesson I took from my first game as well. It's like the regionals need that extra couple of years. Want a solo or colonial like duo win or something. You got to target that like 1647, 48 because after then the regionals will catch up and you can't stop a continent-sized regional. Like they're too hard to fight. They're always going to be the biggest in their theaters. Like, yeah, the colonial will have twice as many troops, but they're all over the world. Like, I won as Aymara because it's like the Netherlands was like the board top the whole game, but they couldn't do anything about me because they were the only neighbor I had basically. And I was just like, Mapuche is growing into that. Qing is slow growing into that. Like, you will get there eventually if I let them, but I think the game ends before then. But I was like, Mapuche and Qing are both like overpowering weak neighbors. They're going to be racing up the board.
Yeah, I think we still feel good about our position for 1647, but 1648 and 49, the regionals have so much more power. Then, like up to this point, the colonials really do. They can create their own destiny, and then it's like, okay, now we have to worry about exponential regional growth.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do the builds? You have to. I don't even think you have to take units off, right? You had disbands?
I had a couple disbands. So it was Andaman Sea was and then I had to do. There was another. I got rid of the one in India just as a thing towards you, and also I just had to get rid of something, and that the unit didn't look like it was going to do anything. And then I had to get rid of one other one, and I got rid of. Just had so many.
Which one was the third? Sorry, you cut out.
One of the fleets in the Caribbean. I just had too many, and there wasn't enough to do with them.
Yeah, that's fair. You've won this area. No reason not to take that off. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been maybe a little bit useful in helping to contain Leeward Sea. Hey, another fleet in Leeward Sea. Lovely. But yeah, but I didn't need it. Like Spain's dead. Netherlands is starting to topple, particularly once you stab them. But yeah.
Yep. Once spring moves go through. Again, this was one of the most fun negotiations, like all games. Just this relationship was so challenging to manage. I really did like Trimmer as a player. They were terrific and smart, and so you couldn't blow smoke up their ass. You really did have to think through, and their demands were strong, and I think it helped. So another demand here for a second year in a row was no South Africa builds. And I agree. I think I'm okay putting down 6. I did not realize Spain had disbanded enough to be able to build these armies. I thought this was going to be easier than it was.
Yeah, so Spain were like -3 or something, but then they disbanded every single retreat they had, and
and they ended up being +2. Yeah. Oh well.
They were really clever like that. Yeah.
Yep, very clever. And I was did it matter too much? No, but it was when I was like, oh, this will be easy, and then I saw builds go through, and I don't even think I looked at the scoreboard. Like I didn't even realize they could build, and that was embarrassing. But where else do I build? Oh yes, I build armies here, and this is not anti-Mapuche. It's meant to somewhat appear anti-Mapuche, but is definitely anti-Dutch. I have committed at this, even in the build stage, to be stabbing the Dutch in the spring.
Yeah, it was like as soon as the fall moves went through, you went, okay, time to stab the Netherlands. I'm like, why did we do this last phase? Like, I almost didn't believe that you were going to do it. Like, we come to agreements on moves, and I'm like, I don't know if they're actually, but I don't have anything else, so I'm just going to rely on it happening. Because if it doesn't, then I'm stuffed, right? If you choose to fight me here, like anyway, that's not enough. So,
well, that's the best place to be.
If I start to topple, it starts slow, and then it's going to go fast.
Yeah, like we can take this down.
Faster here, or I can stabilize, and we'll find out. Yeah, like Africa's gone. If I lose those, like I'm underbuilt there. Like so, there's more dots than units, and like if I lose those, I start losing units elsewhere as well, and then India goes, and then like sooner or later I'll have to give up something over in Europe or North America or Caribbean or whatever, and it's just. Ugh.
Were you really worried that I would team up with Mughals here at this point?
No.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. But if I had to disband something, I would rather lose India than the Caribbean or something else.
Yeah, so, if you disband India,
that was one of my that was my threat over you was like, if you don't help me, then fine, Mughals go to get my India dot, and you have to. That's your.
Yep. They would. If you got rid of that would actually be smart. It's a lot of dots to lose, but But if I'm attacking you, then is it worth holding on to? And then as soon as you disband here, Mugels moves in. It's roughly even, but I do think though they would probably
They
get
win in
Sophied.
the long run. Yeah.
And they get Sophied because Sophied's Void. I was reading, they didn't really want to be a part of this, but occasionally they were like, "Oh, I guess I got to go help the Mugels." Like, so if they saw an
Yeah.
opportunity, I think they would. As you can see, they built another fleet. We have 4. This is 4 Sophied fleets. I'm like, what are we? I mean, where do these fleets go?
They're gearing up to fight Algernon in the end, which does wind up being quite useful for both of us.
Yes, I thought they were coming for me 100%. I thought this alliance has been the whole game. Even at this point, I'm like, this army is not anti-Mugels. They're not going to take Yarkhan. They are going to, if anything, if they come this way, it's going to be against me. So,
I think at this point, I'm pressing Qing pretty hard to fight Mughals, and they sound pretty good with it. They're still mopping up a little bit, but like they're getting their 3 or 4 builds every. They grow. I'm like, fight Inuit, fight Mughals, please come help. I had a really good relationship with them, and they wind up doing both of those. It just takes a little bit longer than I would have liked just for them to get there, but they're reaching that stage.
I'm glad you had a good relationship with them to suggest that. We barely, because time zones, right? You're same time zone, but we would just chuckle.
Yeah, we were.
We just chuckled about what was happening around here, and that was it. And they seem pretty chill. They, I didn't really believe them, but also didn't think they had a reason to lie to me. Was until they got down here. Was like, hey, yeah, I'm coming. I'm gonna come help. I'm like, okay, well, everyone else has been angry, so at least you're potentially not angry.
Yeah. So at this stage, the 2 regionals with like the best press are Mapuche and Qing. And apparently they both identified as each other as like reaching for the best press. Apparently, I think it was the Qing channel with the most messages to anyone was Mapuche, or the other way around. Like those 2 were chatting a lot. They had a good relationship. They were feeding each other intel and whatnot. And yeah, it was definitely. I think if you did a general straight ordering of who sent the most messages and then match that up to the leaderboard, I think it was pretty much the same.
Yep. Doesn't always have to be the case, but it definitely helps for sure.
Yep.
And going into
at this point, Sweden might have started talking to me again, and then immediately, oh no, I don't want to fight you. We'll be friendly.
yeah.
Let's go take Barentsea and Spitsbergen, and I think is it this phase? I'm like, hey, I'll support a convoy into Amsterdam, and like stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
like, and all of a sudden we're best friends again, and I'm just like, they're like, sorry, my neck was stuffed, and I think I hedged my bets with like I force Norwegian Sea or something just in case, but yeah, no, at this point from about now on we're best buds again.
Going into the spring is also when we establish a 4-way impunity channel. The people we've identified as the best chance and probably worth talking about, and it is the top 4 on the board. It's myself, you, Mapuche, and Qing. Good press. Figured might as well open it. I typically do not do group chats. Everything gets leaked. It's not useful, but the most useful group chats I've found are in-game impunity discussion chats, because holding people to some agreements on which dots they're getting, how they're growing, how we can coordinate to make this happen, I find that's like the least likely to get leaked, because everyone has a vested interest. If they're in the impunity chat, they are probably trying to get included in the impunity, and so I find that probably the most useful group chat there can be, and so we establish one here. I think I forget who does it.
Used that much in this year, but
correct.
We all 4 of us kind of knew that. Yeah, okay, let's work like not against each other and see what happens.
I think one of the regionals set it. I think it was Qing that set it up.
Yeah,
because I thought it was too early for it. Honestly, I thought there was a chance that we would either they wouldn't grow fast enough or we'd want to keep them out, and so I didn't set it up. Notably, Ajuran is not included or discussed at this point.
No. And I think Ute is the other one, which I think has decent growth coming, but they just can't quite get there fast enough.
Yep. Going into the spring, this is my big exciting stab turn, and it was very nerve-wracking because the Dutch sub during the winter. So the Dutch that has been so kind and helpful, and that we have built up 5 years of working together and fighting the English and yada yada yada, and they sub out with basically no warning or communication. And the new Dutch comes in and is basically like, looks like you're going to stab me here. And I had to send a complete bald-faced lie and be like, no, I am not stabbing you here. I have had the opportunity. I have not taken it. I write my essay. A lot of press sometimes just is good overwhelming. And I explain all the reasons why I shouldn't and more what we have to do, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, it convinces them. Thank goodness. So they do not make defensive moves against me. In fact, I get the convoy off into Maristad, further taking armies off this border. I say they can have Chiquitano. Mapuche takes it. That's all agreed. My favorite move on the board was they just completely give me Manando by moving away from it. So that was one I was not expecting. But I will also get, and then probably the only move that doesn't happen that I wanted to happen was Ajuran didn't get Sumatra, and a paint did not happen. So it was very sad because of this arrangement.
Yeah, so I think I actually had some intel. I think I was talking to. I think Mughals implied that they knew that the Dutch was. Told you.
Hold on, you cut out there. The Mughal said something.
The Mughals said that they thought that the Dutch were going to convoy to Malay. I think I was talking to Mughals about something or other. They did not tell me that they were bouncing it, but I was like, oh, okay, if they're doing that convoy, that means that your stab can also include Sumatra. And I don't know if you told Ajuran that, but
I remember that. Yeah, it was after we had already agreed on this, and I was like, "Oh, good. I'm happy. I don't want Ajuran really an INO, and if they want to overextend out here and we can do something together, that's great. Because I'm very friendly, still very friendly with Ajuran.
Yeah. I think this was the phase where like 9 units got blown up. So Orissa got blown up there. There wasn't too much I could do about that. That's fine. Whatever. I'm happy to lose units in India. In North America, though, I absolutely outplay France and Inuit, where I force both those armies to blow up because they backfield inners. I was thinking I would force both of them. I have them both Papa and Mishi guaranteed just about, and I'm going to force both of them. One, they'll have to negotiate. One of them's going to get blown up. Instead, Inuit moved to inners and blew up both of them.
Wow.
I also blow up Tunamisu by filling every unit around that in Greenland. Ute and I agreed to blow up is it Illinois in there as well. I blow up Philadelphia. It was just so many just pops all across the board. I think Inuit was like, so France has basically vassalized them at this point. Inuit was like, I lost a fifth of my units. I think Hawaii got popped as well in like one phase. What the hell happened? Utes finally stabbing them, I think.
Let's see it on the board.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. They have one retreat that you can blow up, yeah.
Yeah, I knew that I was going to be forced to retreat there. I was happy. Negative again. I'm happy to take this unit to take out one of their fleets as well. There was so many just pops across the board. You popped one of Spain's in Ulata in Africa. There was just everywhere. There was just units getting blown up.
You asked me to go to NAO5, I think, to make this happen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I was very happy to stay out of NAO, continuing, like, just, it's not a place I wanted to be, and like, but if you want me there, I'll go there.
Yeah.
Where else? Ajuran commits against Dutch here as well, finally. This is like their stab on the Dutch, and I'm like, good, I wanted you to have these dots 2 years ago, so I'm very happy that you have moved on, but they've gotten a little separated here, and I know I don't know all the details, but like the Otto Safavid Ajuran relationship never really coordinated enough to take out one of the three, so.
Yep.
What else was exciting? Yeah, I'm just moving in, focusing on South Africa. I don't think I've told Mapuche. I think like I'm gonna stop at Bellum, like long-term goals if we had to. I'm not getting much of South America, but it's just not going to matter in the end. Like it's just they've really hard committed to this. Hard committed. I am happy to see a lot of commitment. They're realizing where can I go get dots faster, and they're doing a freaking convoy across the Pacific into Edo here. So they are not attacking me. I feel very confident in that at this point. I'm moving out. I'm leaving dots open. I don't know how much I told them. Oh, they know I'm attacking the Dutch because they know this is happening. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased to see you commit to fighting the Dutch because that would have basically been my main goal for the last year, was trying to get that to happen.
Yep. And I'm set up where I love this. This is like one of my favorite turns just because we really we started that, or someone started that channel, but I see it as you have NAO, I have SAO. Mapuche can mostly handle the Pacific, and that's terrific. You'll start to see a lot of fluid movement that can occur, like starting with this convoy and just a few other things that can happen when you have. I've tried to clear as much as I could. In fact, I think I let this happen because I don't want anything around SAO, and it's working pretty well.
Yeah, I think I knew that too, and I accepted that I was giving you Yanni, and you were forcing that Spanish unit out.
Correct. Yeah, we're attacking, or I'm attacking, and you're helping me here attack Spain.
Yep.
So, anything else for the spring?
Just what I said about Sweden.
Yep.
That's me taking Norwegian was not agreed, but that was more like a just in case. Like I knew that the three, if they worked with the Dutch, they could take North Sea, and I'm like, well, if I'm going to lose North Sea, I want to at least get Norwegian back. But otherwise, they'd shown that they were willing to work with me. I don't actually have a threat on any of their dots by holding North Sea Norwegian. They've got enough units around, and so our relationship stabilizes from here, and we're good for pretty much the rest of the game. And that was a big load off my mind to get another ally. Great, I'm going to stabilize. But I have pops, so I go +1 or +2 in terms of putting builds down, and at that point I'm like, great, I'm making the end for sure. I'm too hard to kill now.
Yeah, after the Dutch stab goes through successfully, I feel pretty good about making it to the Impunity. The biggest concern I had, I think at this point, was a regional racing ahead. Like this is where the regional, like you said, 47, 48, the regionals are really more, maybe not in control, but more of the concern than a stab here or a stab there or anything. My biggest
me being
concern,
so ahead to begin with made it like a lot hard. Like they don't have to race to 100. They have to race to like 100 because I'm just been sitting in the 90s this whole time.
Yes,
and I will creep over 100 eventually, and it's just they never. I think Mapuche looks around to try to consider, can I make a solo, but it's just not. They can't get there realistically just because I was too big to overtake.
Yep. Another reason to have SAO control is just to dissuade that. I think up until I felt like Mapuche had a pretty good spot on me. Like they had an option to attack me. And now once I have SAO control, I really start to not worry about that in the slightest. Because I'm like, okay, if they attack me, I can give as good as I get, I feel like.
Yeah.
So and I have nothing for the fall. In fact, in my notes, I say nothing exciting happened. It's all tactics. So if you have anything, go for it. Took Niani. And at this point, I feel great because I'm like, look, all these dots you stabbed me for, I get them all back. Or for most of the part, I get them back.
Yep. In India, I sniff out this convoy. So I'm trying to. So new Dutch has come in, and I'm just like, can we make a small agreement? Like, I get we're fighting, but let's see if we can start building. Like, can we? I can't remember what I offered them elsewhere, but I'm like, can we agree that you're not going to work against me in India? Like, oh no, I've got to work against you in India. I'm like, fine, but no convoys. And they're like, I'm not going to agree to that. I'm like, well, that means a convoy is coming.
Yeah.
And so I asked Palyaka, and I basically just try to cover all the dots here. I'm like, let's prioritize holding Bad instead of Raja Mahendri, because it was basically a guess between the two of them. I would rather hold Hyde. I will pull Rajama back, so I will either lose Rajama, which I was basically conceding with this moveset anyway, or they will bounce it, and in which case it pops, and I rebuild it as an army, because I would get a build by that unit popping. So I was actually quite happy with this. I sniffed out the convoy, I blocked it. You were happy to go to Palyaka. That army was doing anything anyway. At this point, I pretty much just trust you fully, because I've got no one else to work with anyway. So
I was like, oh, how the tables have turned. Look where I get to go now.
Yeah.
But I'm not, trying to stab
I figured there was no chance they would go to Madras as the... That well, I was able to sniff that one out.
Yeah, well done.
What else? Can we look at North America? I'm just trying to see if anything jumps out at me. Utes. Okay, yeah, I forced Labrador Sea.
I forgot about that. It's like my only interaction with the Inuit area, and it's against the Inuit.
Yeah. Finally mopped up the Dutch in North America. Spain did really well, and like to hold Belize for an extra year. They the Panama up to Honduras, and managed to hold Belize for a year, which I found quite annoying. So I have to use the third unit there in the coming years. But yeah, Spain's an odd factor. I think I get Barbados here as well. I managed to hold. I forced them out of leeward the last phase. Yeah, no, it's just mopping up the dots. I don't need many dots. I'm just cleaning up borders, and that gets me over the line, right? So
yep. Same here. I'm just trying to follow through on the stab. With the spring moves, everything went pretty well. I know I need to help Mpuchi get further up here, and this is our agreed upon border anyways, so prioritizing that. This is nice. We finally basically cleared all this out, and we're gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, agreed moves the rest of the game.
This is what I work for in all my games. Is I want look how many dots that we are protecting, and still getting the units to do something else useful. So really happy with that. Trying to clean up the rest of SAO control, helping you out. Yeah, nothing terribly fun. This is a paint. This is completely a paint. There's no reason to go to Maha, but you got in my head.
Yeah, there's a few absolutely good ones. That I think I gave you paint of that one.
I wanted it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd painted something else earlier. I'm like, man, that didn't get it. I got to try something better, I guess. And I knew I could do that safely. So, yep, just moving in. Gosh, now that I'm actually fighting in Indonesia, oh, it's such like you have the Caribbean, and this is just as tactically rich, I guess, of an area is the nice way to say it.
Yeah.
Continuing to try to help Ajuran, because at this point, this is early enough, and there's still 2 more years in the game where there's somewhat of a chance they can make it, and I don't want to have to fight in here while I'm cleaning up and I mean, advancing in Iberia, I'm advancing in West Africa, I'm advancing in Indonesia. I don't really want to fight here. And my biggest concern, basically from now until the last year, is this area smartens up, and 4 Safavid fleets and 1, 2, 3, 4 Ajuran fleets attack India and South Africa. So I know you guys are like, well, whatever. That's his problem for the most part.
Yeah, that was my exact point. So that's a Portugal problem. That's not that. Like, I'm fine.
Yep.
Yeah, I was complaining about Caribbean, but that's mainly like I have overwhelming. I will win there eventually. I was just looking for guaranteed sets the whole time, and like it's very difficult to come up with guaranteed move sets. But I pretty much have guaranteed like progress just about from here on out.
My other thought here is, because we're agreeing everything here, we're going to clean up the Dutch. My thought is, if I just keep Ajuran happy until we get, I know it's going to take a little bit, but until we get roughly to, and it does happen towards the end of the last year, is then I'm not alone. Is at that point, I think you'll continue to help me with Ajuran to get the impunity done. And so I am doing everything I can very passive moves. Zanzibar even is a little more aggressive than I was probably should have done, but
Well, they went Seychelles C. I think that was that unexpected.
Yep, that was unexpected. The build, I think they built this here or something. I was like, why didn't you build somewhere else?
Build in Hobbio or something, yeah.
Yep, but this lets them get out to INO. I'm helping them to Ceylon. We've talked briefly about this area, but I'm just doing anything I can to keep them happy and pointing them to suggesting a few moves here. But at this point, I'm not suggesting too much because the war hasn't gone great, and I don't really terribly care if it goes great or not, as long as it's just not towards me. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's all I got.
So,
any fun?
do we have the builds?
Builds are after retreats. I'm just seeing if there's anything fun. Not really. Not really. Nothing I had to sweat. Oh, who's that on top of the board? Oh,
yeah, he is. By 0.3%, you got me. So I'm not +2. I'm -1. But I had 3 pops over the course of the year.
Yeah. So you had 2 years where you went down after the +17. Yep.
Yep, and I think went -5 or something, but it was fine.
But yeah, it was. It's my favorite year.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on top briefly.
Very briefly.
Thing I want to point out is Sweden +4. So they're building an all, and they commit against Russia here. And I'm like, they basically build max armies, and I'm like, I had a minor worry that whether or not they were going to be building against me and being a nuisance. I don't think they could have done much, and I think they knew that. And Russia was starting to struggle at this point. They're +1, but they don't really have friends on their borders other than Qing. And no, that's being built anti-Russia, and I'm like, lovely. I get Spitsbergen and they get the rest. Was basically what we came up with. And yeah, that made it pretty smooth sailing for the rest of the game for me. My press with most people from here on out.
My thoughts on your feelings at this time was this just isn't exciting enough for them. Like the +17 was so exciting, and I could tell like your energy level or like your excitement about the game greatly diminished at this point because it was kind of rote, very tactical, and let's just get there. There's a few minor things, probably more on my side than yours, but I'm like, oh, it's sad that he's not having as much fun. It's not. It doesn't have to do with your position or anything. It's just not as. It's a little boring at this point.
Yeah, like my allies were locked in. No, really, or no one was even turn on Portugal. Whatever. Like there was like anything. Like I just had to convince you to fight Inuit, and that was about all I had to do. Like that was the only thing I like needed to happen. And even then, if it didn't happen, it would. But that just made things so much easier for me. And then it was just like, all right, just coast out from here. Just and no one's gonna stab. Like we're blasting towards the win. Like those top 4 are moving ahead. There's a bit of a gap. Has like I think they can go like +3 or something, but they can't go much more than that this coming year because I'm one of their 2 neighbors. Like they've cleaned up Spain, they've got Inuit and me, and I've got like 8 armies. They can't do anything about it, and I've got fleet control in the Caribbean. So
yeah, like Mapuche's +5 here, and I'm not concerned in the slightest. I'm like, okay, that's great. They're getting to their win condition. I don't think any of these units are coming towards me, or I have to be worried or ask what they're building or anything. I'm good. So
yeah, Netherlands and Spain are plenty of just free dots for the people to take. They're both going big -5, -6. Like yeah.
The only thing I had on builds, I was on a date night with my wife, and when builds were, and they're like, I said, hey, by the way, I'm building Army Beria, and they were not happy with it. And I'm like, look, man, I've got like 3 units over here. Honestly, I think I'm very concerned that like your best course of action is to attack me. So this is happening whether I told you about it beforehand. I'm not building a Moravi. Basically deal with it. And kind of signed off. But look at this. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got a wall. There's a whole wall here. And I've got not much. I mean, I could pull stuff back and I probably won't lose too much. besides Zanzibar, but I'm like, look, I'm going to throw another army down. I have the extra build.
Yeah, and you're building it further back than it needs to be as well. You could have built it up as a Moravi.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't clear Soyo to try to build there. Like, I'm really not attacking you. I think you're probably going to grow slow enough I don't even have to, but I do need to have some kind of protection.
Yeah. And so my 2 builds, I double build in India just to solidify that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, look at, after, what has it been, 7 years now? We've lost Raj.
+1.
And we gained Surad, and like, this was, again, we said it, but great tactics by Mughals. Sorry we hampered your game so much, but what a fight you put up. That was amazing. Where else? This isn't even, like, Mapuche's not worried about this either, because this is all, like, if there was a time to be worried, it's when I finally do turn towards the Dutch and leave my rear a bit undefended. Nope. We have a Death Star in NPO. Yeah. They're moving on elsewhere. I love it. So.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else was exciting on builds. I need fleet here just lets me hang around. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I finally convinced you to fight Inuit.
Oh, good. Yeah.
They took Chipu in last phase, and yeah, they're going north. It's going to take their armies a while to get there. Pitch them. So like they popped Spain in Illinois, and then pitched them a moveset to get back out of Illinois, and they did. I'm like, great. I just needed a year to like get my army line. I've got that now. They can't get anything from me. It's all fine. So. I think I tell them like I'm gonna convoy an army out. So I convoy from Muskogee down to Yucatan.
So are the Utes are they talking to you about getting into the Impunity?
Yes, I don't think they quite realized how close. I'm like, you need to get growth. We need to get you to get there. So that's why I need to fight in you.
Yes, I'm saying the same thing to Ajuran. Like, you need to go. It is time. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because I would say our 4-way chat definitely picks up at the start of this penultimate year. So.
Yep.
My spring moves, my notes just say mostly tactics. The only thing that I was slightly concerned about is Ajuran did not tell me they were doing this, but then they didn't. They knew I was moving out of Soyo, and they didn't take it. I was like, well, it's not an effective stab, so I write them a strongly worded message about how I don't appreciate not being told about this, and that's all I can do, and all I really care to do. They were meaning to take it back anyways. They just didn't let me know when. But you know, leaders can't be too upset. So
yeah, for 1.2, like whatever. We really outguess Mughals here in India, so I think we blow up Rajamahendri by vacating Hyderabad, because that worked out really well. And then we then pulled straight back into Hyderabad and fall, so we wound up taking both dots and popping one of their armies on the way, so that worked out really well. We had a cute little deliberate retreat in West Africa where you force my fleet, and then there's no risk of me bouncing the Dutch.
That was
so I get
nice.
to retreat into South Tome.
Yep.
Agadez is guaranteed. Bosa is guaranteed. Just about. I support you through the house run fall. That's all guaranteed. That's all just mopping stuff up. Easy breezy.
I love having so much green on the map.
Yeah.
And I honestly, like, I mean, yes, there was you stabbing and me having to defend and come back, but like, so much of this was just dependent on France and Poland getting completely eliminated. It's like, this area can be a lot more of a what do they call it? Like the battle royale of the colonials.
Yeah, the Thunderdome. Like, it was down to just me, you, and Netherlands. It was ridiculous. We pushed absolutely everyone else out.
Yep.
Plus a random Spain tried to butt in, but then immediately got removed. I'm just mopping up in the Caribbean. Everything I do with Ute is agreed. Inuit's finally toppling.
Yep. Too much. Just, I mean, the neighbors are attacking. It's just too much for them. And you had when you filled up in AO too, it just. And I'm helping you because why not? And that's too much.
Yeah. The annoying thing was I had to go like around Greenland, and that meant I had to get past Russia as well. So, yeah, but yeah, Sweden's not objecting to me being in Norwegian. They move to force Barents in fall. They send their armies into Russia. Like that was their growth avenue. Oh, and we convoy into Amsterdam, which was fun.
Ah, very nice. Oh,
yeah.
with the Dutch moving out too. Very cool.
Yeah, they cut the support, but then they covered Utrecht instead of Amsterdam. So that was my idea. I thought it was me putting them in Amsterdam. That spot they could only hold like with my help. So that would keep them on side was my idea. If I extend them out like this, like that means they need me to stay on side. Otherwise they can be. So I was pretty happy with this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all looking sunshine and rainbows here. I think this is like the last turn that I'm really worried that Safavid and Ajuran are going to work together. I'm still helping Ajuran. I'm trying to be as friendly as I can. Even like, yeah, strongly worded email basically, but I'm trying to keep them on side up until the very end. Because honestly, at this point, I think I can stay friendly with them to the end, and they're still not going to be within 35%. So the longer they get delayed and still struggling with Abyssinia, though they are finally clearing up this area, but not this area. Yeah, this is the last turn where everything starts going to Kutch, Arabian. I'm like, man, putting them in Somali could be an issue, but let's just
You've got
play
enough units now.
I do.
The other thing is Qing finally stabs the Mughals, or gets
yeah.
in position to stab, and which at this point, we've finally cracked the Mughals after like 8 years.
Qing, and you can see why Mughal's having to focus on it. Like these two armies are like a year and a half away from the next army, and they're like 3 years away from a core. They just had no resistance coming down here. So
yeah, worked out pretty well for them. They've also, I think Russia's giving away their dots to Qing as well. Like I think Russia sees the writing on the wall and just with their best buddies. Like maybe it's not quite yet, but those two stay quite good friends, even though Qing dots them there. And they're making ground on Inuit. Finally.
Yeah, Russia has almost just not a good position here, even if they did want to go anti-Qing. There's just nothing.
Yeah, they've just been pushed on other fronts for long enough. Like Safavids was pushing north into them pretty much the whole game. They just sucked away their units for so long that
and they didn't grow
on that Qing front.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a couple out of Poland and a couple out of part, but not enough. Austria, who was one of the powers who I thought wouldn't do well, actually, they're growing, but they're just growing too slow. Like the fact that France is held all these dots pretty much the entire game, despite being absolutely slammed.
Yeah, France having like no friends.
Bit of an indictment.
Yeah.
Bit of an indictment that Austria like let that happen. Like that was another one of the things which really annoyed me is like, Austria, why are you propping up France against me? Like I want France to die, and they're like, well, if you want them dead and you're trying to solo, that means I want them alive. And I'm like, no, I want them dead because I don't like them. They refuse to work with me in any way, shape, or form. Therefore, I want them gone. And there's 3 dots. Like, take them. They're not doing anything to stop me. They had like 1 unit in North. It's not doing anything. I'm gonna pop it anyway, which I do. Like, but they just, I think they gave them Strasbourg, and now they're taking it back. But like, yeah, I think Austria played a little bit too balanced of power, a little bit too slow. In a game where I put the speed of the game to the absolute max.
Yep. Never really got out into the Med. The Med was probably a really interesting place to look at that we just didn't have a lot involvement in, but there wasn't ever like 15 fleets here all fighting, but no one ever really dominated. Like here, the 3 powers that start the game in the Med are all still kind of roughly around the Med in similar spots. You know?
Ottoman, I think, got to quite a good position in like year 2 or 3, and like to the point where they were the best performing regional, and then just everyone turned on them, and they didn't spin it back, and they've just been slowly collapsing ever since. Yeah. Well, then their neighbors who were slowly eating them also then got collapsed on, which kind of made it a bit of a mess. Like Ottomans hold these islands in the middle of the Med for like they're their like last dots. You're like, why do they still have those? It's just because Spain was dying, and Austria gets a decent position on the med, but just takes too long to get there.
Yep. Hey, I remember when I finally got to Madrid and I looked north, and like, what is France still doing alive? Because I hadn't messaged them since Madagascar was gone. I was like, wow, okay, you're still here. I
Yeah.
would have expected Austria to have killed you by now.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think I have anything else for spring. Yeah, just concern on Adrian Safavid and tactics.
Mhm.
Spring retreats. Yep, your retreat there. That was very well played. And yep, push him back out here. I'm sure this was some tactical thing that I'm in Bellaria, right? It was. I don't know if we're
Yeah,
like
I think
pushing me
I
up
agreed
or,
to.
yeah.
Yeah, I think we were going to pull you through to Hyderabad. I was happy to give you one of the dots there, because I don't need many, and yeah.
Yep.
It didn't really matter to me.
Yeah, even with a pretty good year stab on the Dutch in Indonesia, I'm still looking here like, this is, again, tactically rich. So let's just go on to the fall. After here, this is like the last turn I'm like even really worried about looking at the map right when it comes out. And the Adran stays on side. And they take this support. I'm like, okay, well, that was like the last chance that those two working together could have happened. Probably already too late, but after this, it's like I'm confident that Adran is not going to stab me. And unfortunately, it's right about the time I realize, ooh, I have to stab them in order to make this impunity happen next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we get Hyderabad back.
Oh yeah.
Plan. You need to look at the clean map to understand what happens there. But
Yeah.
I think I get Hyderabad, Raja Mahendri. You get Bellari. That's what happened there.
Yep.
And yeah, so Africa, it was all easy enough. We're just swapping up the Dutch.
Yeah, we didn't disagree here much. Like, I don't love like us splitting and coming through and your cores being like, but at this point it just didn't really matter. It was like, no, we just need speed.
No.
We just need to keep going and getting the dots we need to win.
It was the most efficient tactical move set. Like, yes, put me north of, and then whereas it probably would have been better than you there, but that was just the way our units could support each other without being cut.
Yep. I'm moving down here because this is basically taken care of, and then of course my biggest concern is still some shenanigans happening, so that's why I'm trying to come around. It's slow, but if they did decide to stab, I was like, I gotta have something over there.
Yeah, you had no one else to fight there anyway. Like, we had enough to the Dutch.
Yep, I'm just having fun here. I love useless convoys, and thank you, Sam, for drawing this.
In Europe, I think I take Barents moving in on Spitsbergen. I get Ghent here. After all this time, I get Ghent. That's fun. Sweden's doing well, but it's too little too late. Inuits finally falling over in North America.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, so I force Arctic here. I think I prioritize getting the siege rather than trying to guess the dots. I lose Kruj, but I think there was guesses there, and I prioritize taking Kree instead.
Well done. This is a very
look at you
successful
moving north. Yep. Oh, that was the other thing. I think I told you let's double bounce in Caddo, and they were like, I need to look at the move set, and then came back with like, I can tap Cherokee. Then like I pretended to ignore that I didn't hear that they weren't also going to bounce Caddo. So I just went, if I take this province here, there's nothing like, there's no stab that they can do that will like threaten my dots next year. So it doesn't matter how many units they got there. I think the game's going to end next year. If I take this now, we're good. So they're like, and then I played dumb as well. Like, you told me that I told you we were going to bounce there. I missed that you like didn't agree to it. It's like the one time I played up a miscommunication thing, or when it wasn't. I just went, if I have Caddo, I'm safe. They can't stab me. I can threaten their dots. And I have a position on them to keep them back under 65%. Yeah. Sorry, you.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I liked our conversation so much, because there was never too much of an opportunity to have that like oops miscommunication because we were
Oh,
summarizing.
except for you dotting me for Azores here for
Oh yeah,
cheeky.
about that. I never said I wouldn't. Yeah, we didn't talk about what NA05 was doing, and I was like, you know what? Oh, this is another time where I wrote out percentage chance of getting dots and yada yada, and I was like, I think that I can take Azores and he's gonna be fine. And it was, I think, the last dot that you had stabbed me for, and I got them all back.
Yep.
So that was part of the reason too. Is just like, no, let's bring this 100% back. And it actually did help on the last year when we were going through. I think we were being. I mean, I was just having kind of fun with the just figuring out defending against even the very worst case scenario in the last year, and me sitting in Azores, I think, did help a little bit. So, and it was cheeky.
Yeah. So
what did I say? Like, what's one dot amongst? Let's see. 113.
Yeah. So if you look at the score for the next year, so I think me, you, Ching, and Mapuche all went like at least +6, and like it was a pretty clear gap. It looked pretty certain. Yeah, 6-5, 6-8. Like the gap is big. The worst case situations, like I think Utes best case got like Inuit throws every dot to them, but they go like +4. Sweden, if the entire board throws to them, could go like +6, +7, and then Ajuran I think had the highest potential if the entire board threw to them. You were able to like dot them for like 3, and Safs never even came close to it. Like there was no coordinated to block the impunity between the 4 of us. At this point, you realizes what's up, and they're like, "Oh, what did I do wrong?" I think the answer was like you didn't fight Inuit fast enough. You waffled a little bit between fighting Spain and not going north, and yeah, it's just. And Sweden as well was just like, yeah, you played a really good game. Basically threw in the towel.
Good.
And it was just, yeah, some powers were just a touch too slow. Sweden in particular, like they didn't really do anything wrong. It's such a slow power, and the speed of the game was so high.
Yeah, and a strong England. I mean, that doesn't help, right? Like if you want Sweden to go fast, having England be the colonial dog pile would have been way nicer than France or Spain or the Netherlands. Though the Netherlands did help them out a bit, right? So.
Yeah, well, Netherlands falling late, like they got some of those dots from.
Yes.
It just wasn't early enough.
But of the colonials that you would want to see dogpiled as Sweden, England would be the one. But even then, getting into the Isles is not easy. So, yeah, this is writing on the wall. Just when Ajran finally full commits to me, the winter, I'm like, nope, I got to stab him. There's a 31% gap right now. And like you said, we went through all the... I think the worst case scenario is Sweden got to 75%. And so partly for fun and partly because I really did want the game to end next year because I was somewhat genuinely concerned that Mapuche could solo if we didn't wrap it up, that I was going through a ton of math. Winter, what do I even do here? I don't think it matters. Oh, I build up against Mapuche for that reason. It's just kind of like, well, if we don't end it this year, we're all saying we will, but if we don't, Mapuche is the one I think we have to keep in check because they would have the best chance. Qing's way too spread out, even with all the builds. Though Qing does have a lot of roughly free Russian dots to go for. So
and Mughals and what's left of Japan, but it's just to take them a little bit longer to get it. It would be hard for us to stop them, but Mapuche could stop them. Yeah.
Yep. The other reason to build over here was to keep Ajran somewhat in the dark, as far as like you can see, I'm going to stab Ajran in the spring, and I still build nothing for this is 3 out of 4 years. Besides that one army, I've continued to build nothing, but because SAO control and we'll see some fun convoys and stuff. I don't feel like I don't have power here because I can move in, and we're coming in from West Africa. We finally look. There's a border. And this is what I was waiting for, is okay, well, if we get there, then thank you, Dutch, for disbanding all of this. I think it's a good call, but it also helps us push in on Ajran as we need to. And that was the decision point.
Yeah, I think you had us agreed that you were going to give them Fernando Po, and then it's just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
No, fun tactics, but because if I continued to keep friendly with them, yes, I thought there was a good chance they would block. And I mean, this will be the second time I stabbed Ajuran, and to Trimmer's credit, as an amazing player, in their void, they're like, Portugal says they're going to be friendly. I would not be friendly if I'm Portugal here. I understand they're probably going to stab me. Like, they saw the writing on the wall, similar to Utes, Sweden. And so it's protecting against the worst case scenario, which was like everyone throws to Sweden because they desperately want to keep the game going. And that's what we're angling for here. But we get to do some fun painting along the way. So
yeah, that was one of the things in the last year. The four of us knew that it was going to end, so the four of us hit the map paints.
Yep.
And,
some of them are useful. Like, this is actually useful to be able to do stuff to INO.
Yeah, but convoying an army in Australia to a paint there, like stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go paint the outback, and I'm like, yep, go. I'm not worried at all, of course. Go for it, have fun. We'll see Ajuran even gets in on the fun because they realize it's over. They go get New Holland, which is roughly the size of their current holdings, and one.
Yeah.
Here I was focused on the stab a little more than painting. Like, there was some reason I didn't go to Fernando Po as far as like bounces and where they would move, and it's not terribly interesting, but that was the idea. And they've sniffed it out. Like, they roughly know what I'm doing. They just can't do too much against it. And they still, I think they also in their void were like, well, okay, if they stab me, they stab me. That's game over. But if they don't, I really should keep trying to hustle. And so while they are protecting a little bit, they are trying to just not going fast enough. So take Ceylon, take set up to take these dots, and then no matter what they grow over here, we'll be fine. So.
Yep. And the same thing with Sweden and Ute. I basically stabbed them both, just being like, well, the game's ending. I'm keeping you, making sure you both don't get within 65%. So,
yep.
Yeah, moving on Ute. Basically, I have Saltillo guaranteed. Saltillo, sorry. I've got guesses on like Ojibwe and Ojibwe and stuff like that. Inuit's finally cracked. Inuit subs out late at the game. We got a new Inuit. They basically promised to vassalize to me, but I stabbed them anyway. Why? They were a bit upset about that, and that was fair enough. I felt bad for doing that, but it was just like, I don't believe you're going to throw. Like they're like, if you stab me, I'll throw to you and like delay the game. And I'm like, I don't believe you'll do that, because I think if you fight, you finish the game on like 7 dots, whereas if you throw to Ute, you finish the game on like 2 dots, if at all. So, and I was right, they don't throw to Ute in the end. They told me they would, but then so that's fine. I was just taking every dot I could. And also, I've been fighting Inuit for like the last 5 dots. So
are they so they did sub out. That's interesting.
I think it was a year ago. They said
okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't put a ton of stock in the rep system or IDR, of course, but it is I mainly, IDR to me is like, it's only useful if I can use it in an argument for why someone should do something in the game. And it's a bit of a vanity thing, and I like that we keep it as like a community, but rep hits, I hope the Sam, the GM, didn't give them a huge rep hit for that, because they did. They played a great game. They just had to deal with you, and we'll deal with you and Ute, and I get it. You know, there was a point in this game, I think it was directly after your stab, and I was just really busy with stuff in real life, and that's when I used my one extension, which really helped a lot. It wasn't because I needed more time to press or anything. It was just like the press workload the year you stabbed was so big.
I was putting out a lot of press at you in particular. I was like,
and that's what I was saying in my void, is like, well, it's just so, it was overwhelming, and I was probably siding with you anyways, but I just couldn't, and so I took an extra day. So like, there's times, you just gotta take care of yourself, and it's just a game. It's a tough game because it goes on for months, and there can be some very emotional deception. I get that. I've been on the other side of that for sure. But man, when things go well, it's a great feeling. So See,
Um,
go ahead.
we should look at all because there is some like at that point I think everyone knows the game's ending, and then some fun stuff happens.
Yeah. Oh, and this is the first they finally did red arrows. So they've got the bot to actually show failed moves and supports. Something I've been arguing for since the A2 version. We had a GM that manually did it, and it was so amazing, especially as a new player. It helped you visualize the board better. Now that I feel like this is like my fourth game, I actually prefer the all black because red in your territory is terrible.
It's invisible. Yeah.
Yes. But I don't mind it. If it helps newer players or helps people understand things better, then cool. So, what was your most fun? I mean, I have my most fun move on this. But what did you enjoy doing?
So the whole Ming to Greenland thing. Greenland. Okay, well the game's ending. I don't want to give him a dot. How about I suggest that, hey, can I send you somewhere more fun than Ming to Greenland? Let's do Ming to New Zealand, because like our fleets are not doing anything. There's no dots from the take, and they agree to that. So we send Ming from Archangel to New Zealand, convoying through 2 of my fleets, 2 of your fleets, Mapuche's fleet. So that was fun.
Yep,
and I think everyone appreciated that. Mapuche and I had guaranteed dots on Saltillo and Mexico, so we organized that. We hand over a couple Mapuche dots to Qing to help get them over the line, and then you hand over a couple to Mapuche.
In a fun way.
Yep.
St. Helena.
Yep, we're doing.
I was like, if the game did continue for some reason, I am perfectly fine with them being in St. Helena. That's no issue.
yeah, with an army in St. Helena, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
We outguess. We tried to tap Delhi, and then Mughals just vacated it, so I got Delhi for free.
And that spoiler alert, that gives you the board top for the game. Congratulations, that 1 dot.
Yep.
Otherwise, we'd be tied. The percentages worked out, so sad to see, but happy for you. You definitely had the biggest influence on the game, so it's well earned.
Yeah, it was satisfying. I did want to be on top, and I did consider like, can I dot as well as here? But I wound up like prioritizing. Let's paint Denmark straight, and let's paint St. Mark Bay. No one had ever been there all game. Yep. Just doing map painting basically. I moved to Santee, which is the one like North American province which hadn't been painted in there next to Florida.
Oh yeah.
Like technically, if the game went on, it's a lot better not to be there, but let's go there. Just late and fall became very clear that like get the game's ending. We all got to 110%, and the next power was like 45% back or something. So.
Yeah, we did. I was really proud of that it worked out. That we even the worst case scenario, which I don't think had ever a chance of happening. We have an NMR, but it really doesn't matter. And then...
It wasn't an NMR. It was Sam did that because the board was too annoying. Every single unit that Russia had, they pointed them at was it Qing's capital, to basically say I'm loyal to Qing. And they gave a couple dots to Qing. They didn't defend those dots. That was one of the things that we were worried about. It's like Qing was by far one of the 4 of us that had the least growth, but it doesn't matter if Russia's not defending, which they did last year. They just wanted the game to end too, and it wouldn't have made much difference. Like, so if the game goes on another year, we just end it.
Yeah, I think we could get them to like 106-7%. I remember I had like full tables for this, but it ended up not mattering at all, and they got both of them. But yeah, so like if there is a quote unquote throw or something, it did not matter for this game. It really didn't for the final turn. Yeah, we're just painting for fun. I don't think anything else here is. It's a lot of
islands, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and it's a lot of like balancing and just trying to get to a pleasurable inboard. Do I have one? So I have the leaderboard. Yes, clear. We are 52% clear of Safavid, which is great. Qing went plus 10. Amazing. We all got to 110% to guard against the worst case 75. And our final painted map. Closing thoughts.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun early on. I definitely lowered my energy late. I didn't enter the game planning on playing a Colonial Alliance game, but I just got along really well with Netherlands in particular, and then also you, and it just made it so easy. I'll just roll with these guys. I know that a trio of colonials working together can absolutely be the top 3 powers on the board for the first 5 years. And yeah, then it was just I didn't plan on going for a solo rush in literally in the spring retreats. I went, oh wait, I could, and then I couldn't not try to break the record, right? And I came so close. So that was a lot of fun. It made the game a lot more interesting. It upended the board dynamics in what I thought was a relatively stale board dynamics. Like France got stabbed and they did no work to like get out of the stab. Spain's press wasn't enough to flip any stab on them, really. It was just, yeah. I think the 4 powers who won were 4 of the most engaged players on the, and yeah, that's why they won.
Yep, I'd agree with that. Same thing. This was my first time playing a colonial. I'd done a 4 power, a 5 power, and a 10 power, and I was like, okay, time to graduate up to the. And I really enjoyed it. It is more effort, but it's also more rewarding and also more flexible. I think, you know, if you are a regional and you have 3 or 4 main neighbors. It's not like you can't talk with everyone else and do things. Of course, you should be talking to everyone on the board to some degree. But as a colonial, being able to, I wasn't necessarily trying to team up with the other colonials. I was just picking the players that I felt like I could negotiate with the best and had the best press. Like AAR on Portugal is not a typical alliance, and yeah, it didn't quite make it to the end, but it did well for a long time. The work I did with Mapuche and Ajuran was probably what I was most proud of as far as trying to engineer this. Yeah, besides the Dutch, I was happy to attack any colonial if it made sense, and just the press I had with you early on, and the fact that was the easiest one to team up with India, and just not messing with NAO. Even after the big stab, which was the most exciting part of it, because it was a bit stale and just not a lot of like shakers and movers or people really trying to push the board. Even after the stab, I'm like, well, that's okay. I still want to work with them. One, because I can't really get too much out of them, especially if I don't trust Mugles, and 2, because it was enjoyable to talk to you. You and Mapuche were definitely and Ajuran were my most active press channels, and just the negotiation and tactics are why I play the game. So happy to see a lot of green on the board. And
yeah, you very nearly united your Africa,
yes,
which would be a very cool.
One province away from uniting the Africas, and it's funny because my 2 wins before this were playing Abyssinia and Ottomans, and it just seems like I can't get away from Africa. I just love doing well in Africa is the message I've gotten so far. I really should try out North America, like a regional or something. Inuits would be fun. I've really stayed away from like the heavy fleet powers, but I'd be really interested to do that. But fun game. Great playing with you. Thanks for doing this AAR with me. I had both Mapuche, it was Asthmatic, and then Ching, who I just remember as Ching because they were
Julius Seizure.
Oh, the best username on the board. How can I forget it? They both reached out, and just with time zones and like planning this, it didn't make sense. And I knew we could cover most of it, but both really good players, good to talk to, and happy to have them in the Impunity with us. So shout out to both of them.
Yeah, I spoke to everyone on the board in the first couple of years. I was trying to reach out to definitely to a better relationships I developed, and the powers that didn't really want to talk to me didn't do too well, to be honest.
Yep.
It wouldn't have just been not wanting to talk to me. It's just in general, just talking lots seems to help a lot in this game.
Well, cool. That has been a summary, a wrap-up, an AAR of B1.4 Violet. I'm Michael with Serj, and thanks for listening.